Ladies and gentlemen, our mandate is to facilitate travel in and outside the country, to protect citizenship, to grant other immigration facilities, and even to grant or cancel citizenship. However, for today, we shall concentrate on the immigration contribution to promote investment, to create an enabling environment for investment, which is quick services. We also look at compliance with the laws of the land, in summary, illegal stay, and all this information is in the website, the DCIC website, or the Ministry of Internal Affairs website, which is immigration.go.ug. Then lastly, on this item, we also are hooked into the investment docket by having our staff with the investment team. Ladies and gentlemen, honorable ministers, I want to report that it takes only 1 week to process these facilities. If you want a work permit, we process it in 7 days, and other attendant facilities, student pass, dependent pass, special pass, certificates of residence, we take 30 days, one month, and to grant or cancel citizenship, we take approximately 2 months. But all these are on factors constant. There are certain assumptions that if your application has no issues, but if there are some issues, then we'll have to verify and it might take longer. Honorable ministers and members, we also want to report, but when you look at the regional comparison of these facilities, we are fairly competitive. I will not go into the details. Maybe we shall only give space when the question time comes. The policy planned interventions. Honorable ministers and members, we wish to have a review in terms of visa policy so that we can be in tandem with the investment team and also the tourism team and private sector, the issues that were being mentioned here, so that we don't contradict the efforts of those that are promoting the country. We also wish to have a review on the work permits so that we try and balance employment for the locals versus the capacity to look at rare skills that are not in country. We also want to agree and what Madam Sivi was saying here in terms of improving airfields and looking at internal air travel. In conclusion, we affirm our commitment to effectively and efficiently facilitate investment through improved visa processing, work permit processing, and other facilities. Finally, we call upon our beloved investors and all visitors to be compliant with the laws that govern the land in order not to get inconvenienced. I submit, Chair, and back to my Honorable Minister, sir.
I'm told, I thought I was going to answer the questions, but it looks like I'm the one inviting the examiners. Are there any questions? Or since ours was smooth, there should be no questions. Any issues, any questions? Karibu.
First of all, I'm Professor Kant Kanyarisoke, a professor of engineering at Busitema University, but who has just come back, who came back recently in the country about 2 years ago, and I have a bit of investment that I'm doing and a bit of research that I'm doing for the country and the university. Now, my main point here is about scarce skills. Scarce skills. Well, the biggest problem that we are having, both in investment and at the universities, particularly in the engineering section or in the engineering area, is scarce skills. You do not get the kind of people that you need to teach, to do serious research. They are not there. So we need special consideration for those people. Even at investment level, I'm sure these foreign investors here, even me, a local investor, for instance, a small local investor, I'm finding it very difficult to get people with the right mindset, Ugandans with the right mindset, with the right skills, with the right work attitudes to do even simple jobs, even sometimes things like driving, things like riding a motorcycle, even those. That's a problem. The other thing I want to emphasize, the Honorable Minister, is these investors you see here, especially the foreign investors, they have families back at home. Even the workers that we bring in, if we were to bring in, for example, high caliber staff, even those have home commitments. Now, the issue of total commitment to the land, I told you I've been abroad. The point there is that when you are there, your loyalty, the truth is that especially if the country of abode is not treating your relatives quite well, you get totally divided. You get divided attention. But what we want of investors here, what we want of serious skilled people here is total commitment to Uganda. We want them to commit their time. We want to commit to serving this country. So please, I make a special appeal to consider special skills, especially. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister.
No, let me, the professor here has brought something interesting that we think we should explain. That's why he's a professor. At immigration, especially the visa section, we've been emphasizing investor protection. We see we have categories of investors. There are senior, serious investors who put in a life-saving bottle of blood into our economy. There are those who are ordinary. Then there are the Otafiris who do chapati and some time ago, these Kasita gentlemen were approached me and said, why do you allow in these people who do things that we can do? I said, you see, there are our Indian friends, there are people from China, there are Kenyans who are doing things we should ordinarily do. Why don't you keep them out? I said, no, I'm not going to keep them out. Because they invest where you have not invested. They see opportunity where you are blind. What you should do is invest where they have invested, outcompete them and drive them out. For instance, you don't see Chinese driving taxis because you dominate the industry. You've dominated the industry, so Chinese don't participate. They don't ride borders because you dominate the industry. Yeah? There are other things they don't do because you are there. They only invest where they see opportunity and you've not seen. So I will allow competition for you to be able to wake up. Now, for the senior investors, I've been telling my workmates in immigration that we have to learn to seize opportunity which presents itself. I was comparing some senior investor who is doing a big project in northern Uganda. I won't mention her, but so I said, between that one and this other fellow who was cutting other people's lips, who is a Ugandan. This one is a Ugandan by investment. The other one is a Ugandan by birth. But the fellow was cutting people's lips. Now you are telling me that this one should get a passport, citizenship, and this one should be treated. Who has more interest in Uganda? This one who was cutting lips, or this one who has put lifetime savings into Uganda, he or she can't take away? So the question of citizenship should not be a product, should not be determined by something I did not decide. I was not there, I didn't argue with God to be born a Munyankore. The Munyankore are architects of my creation, but they are not the trustees of my destiny. I didn't negotiate with God to be born in Ankole. I just grew up and found I was there. But my investment, my life savings, when put in Uganda, then it means I am loyal to Uganda. I put in my investment. I am here to stay. So I've been telling, we have agreed that big investors not only get their due share of facilitation to care for the country, but we should also take care of their families and relatives. And I can guarantee you that if you apply and your papers are okay, you don't have a problem. The only problems we have with the passport, is when the person is 30 years of age, but the birth certificate is 60. The man says he's a Muslim, then he's wearing a rosary. And we are forced to ask unnecessary questions. Please process your papers in accordance with the law, present them, and we will be served efficiently and adequately. And if anybody asks you for unnecessary questions, get to there is a Commissioner Westgate, there is the principal, the Brigadier John Johnson and others, senior people to whom you report. You see, one day I was at a court, and one prison officer told a suspect that they were tired with the criminals, that these criminals were disturbing. And this man looked at him and said, without us, you, the police, and the judge, would you have work? So in like manner, down there, these small boys and girls, they have, because of lack of experience, they inconvenience people. Sometimes they ask unnecessary questions. But the fact that they are there with no experience creates opportunity for these big fellows to superintend. I thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. All protocol observed. My name is Laureen Maingi. I am a Kenyan by birth. Been living in Uganda for 9 years. Married to a Ugandan for 7 years. So I don't know if it's a question or concern, and probably don't want to step on anyone's toes, but there's this issue of Gambanogu or Kitu Kidogo in my local language. It's really a pressing issue when it comes to processing some of these documents. And why is it so expensive, especially if you're an East African, okay, not trying to take away from other citizenships, but I just want to understand why processing such permits is expensive, and there's this ceiling that is blocked by Gambanogu and Kitu Kidogo. Thank you very much.
You know, Madam, thank you very much. You've repeated exactly what I said. You repeated exactly what I said. I said to those small fellows there down there, ask unnecessary questions. Those are the unnecessary questions I was referring to. Yeah? I didn't want to say these people say Gambanogu. Now Gambanogu is a Runyankore word. It means talk to this one. So Namanya, go and examine those Runyankore pharaohs there. It looks like they have a problem. And you see, it takes two to tango. When they ask you those questions, why don't you report to us? If Commissioner Westgate doesn't answer, oh no, the juniors go to him. Then you go to Commissioner Westgate, then you go to General Namanya, then you go to General Goa. You come to me. If somebody asks you those questions, why don't you come to me? I'm available. That's what I'm paid for. How can you have a dog and you bark for yourself? I am your dog to bark and bite for you. If anybody inconveniences you, if General Namanya does not solve the problem, General Kasita Goa does not solve the problem, the PS does not solve the problem, come to me. And now that you know me, when you've seen Jesus, do you need a bishop? In any case, some of these things happen. Some of these things happen. Even in the kingdom of God, there were the Malaikas who rebelled. Even Adam and Eve, rebelled. So sinning is to human. That's why we have laws. That's why we have laws and regulations and reporting procedures. Don't give up. Just come to us. Because you have invested here, or you're interested in investing here. This is your country. It's your bonding duty to protect it against evil and sin. I thank you.
Thank you very much. All protocols observed. By names of Napomba Shaida. I work for Kapeka Industrial Park or Yalshen Industrial Park. Honorable Minister, my question is about rare skills. We applied for rare skills. We have operators who have the rare skills. And our question is, we've been told on several occasions that G3 is not yet on the system. So we are perplexed because this is one of the incentives as we are attracting investors that we told them the government is ready to facilitate the investors. The G3 has delayed, Honorable Minister. And the operators that we have, they have the experience. Most of them have attained the skills through hands-on. So, Honorable Minister, I submit, that's my question. When can our operators get the G3? Thank you.
Thank you for that question. I'm called Bwesija Marcelino. I'm the Assistant Commissioner, and one of my briefs, we handle work permits. His Excellency the President created a special category of work permits, and rare skills is one of those. The critical thing about this is that they obtained a reduction in a package of incentives.
Ladies and gentlemen, our head of state is here. Let me request that we all stand up and welcome him. Let's all stand up, and the people in this tent behind us directly, kindly let's join this other tent. For purposes of proximity, let's leave this tent to this tent. Abali mu tent eno, fenna tugivemu tuddemu eno, so that fenna abasobola otulaba n'otuwulira obulungi. Abali mu tent eno, tugivemu tuddemu eno, welcome, Your Excellency. Let's welcome Your Excellency. We can have everyone in position to have both anthems sounded. We shall have the Ugandan anthem and the East African anthem, and then we shall proceed. Production. Thank you. You may take your seats, ladies and gentlemen. Your Excellency, now that you're here with us, we have the great investors of the land. They are all here, believing in the agenda of developing our country. Today, with us, we have esteemed investors, we have honorable ministers, and with us today, we have Honorable Matia Kasaija, the Minister of Finance. We have Honorable Evelyn Anita, the State Minister of Privatization and Investment. We have Honorable Norbert Mao, the Minister of Justice. We have Honorable Kahindo Tafire, the Minister of Internal Affairs. With us, we have Honorable Judith Nabakoba, the Minister of Lands, Housing and Urban Development. We have Honorable David Bahati, the State Minister for Trade, Industry and Cooperatives. We have Honorable Joyce Nabosa Sebgwao, the State Minister for ICT. With us we have the Commissioner General of URA, Mr. John Musinguzi. We have the Senior Presidential Advisor on Anti-Corruption Unit, the State House Investors Protectorate, Kano Edith Nakalema. With us we have the Uganda Investment Authority board members. We have the Board of Directors, that is PSFU, Mr. Amos Nzei. We have the Chairman, Board, Uganda Manufacturers Association, Mr. Agus Sekalala. With us, Your Excellency, we have commissioners, directors, stakeholders, but above all, Your Excellency, we have investors. Let's give that a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And before you joined us, Your Excellency, we had a presentation on the access to affordable finance for investment, which included all the banks, and they told us what needs to be done and what the investment products are for investors there. In the same vein, we had a presentation on service level agreements. This is to do with the investor facilitation. The core was on tourism. And currently, Your Excellency, going on, we are having the Directorate of Citizenship and Immigration Control that has been led by Honorable Kahinda Otafire, the Minister of Internal Affairs, responding to a couple of questions that are coming from the investors. You're welcome, Your Excellency.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, I'm Bwesije Marcelino Chamtetera, the Assistant Commissioner of Immigration Control. There was an issue, or rather a question, regarding a delay in the issuance of work permits to people who invest here and want to bring in workers of the skills that has been referred to as the rare skill. Your Excellency, as you are aware, upon your intervention, a special category of workers and investors were granted an incentive to pay lower fees so that we can have more of these people here to effect the know-how transfer. Your Excellency, I'm glad to report that most of these have been granted, but like there was a professor from Museveni University here, as he elaborated, there needed to be a discussion on the definition of the rare skill. This discussion went on with the stakeholders, notably the Ministry of Labor, and I'm glad to report that we now have a definition of what the rare skill is. Then there was the need to recalibrate our systems to grant this facility. Your Excellency, I'm glad to report that it is now possible to grant almost all of these categories the incentivized work permits that were granted by you. I submit.
Friends, let's clap to the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Thank you so much. Moving forward, we're going to have the Minister of State for Privatization and Investment, the Minister who will take us later, but allow me, General, to
Your Excellency, this gentleman is in a hurry to see my back. But our esteemed guest investors today, if there are any questions that have been left unanswered, get in touch with us. And like I have said before, when people in our Department of Immigration ask you those funny questions, please come to us. We are at your service. I thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. At this juncture, Your Excellency, allow me to invite the Minister of Privatization, State and Investment to tell us why we're here and why this conference, what others are calling Baraza, is very crucial for us today. Let's welcome Honorable Evelyn Anita to take us in the next section.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, retired General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the Minister of Finance, Planning, Economic Development, Honorable Matiaka Saija, the Minister of Internal Affairs, Honorable General Otafire, the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, Honorable Norbert Mao, the Minister of Lands and Housing, Honorable Judith Nawakoba, the Minister of State representing the Minister of Energy, Honorable Okasai, the Minister of Trade and Industries, Minister of State, Honorable David Bahati, our esteemed investors, of course not forgetting the Minister of State for ICT, Honorable Sebu Gwaubu. I believe that today I made a good pronunciation of your name, Madam Minister. Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, allow me to start my speech by asking all of us to put our hands together and clap for you and welcome you for this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to let you know why I'm asking you to clap for the President. Indeed, it is for the number of things that he's done for the country, but most importantly, for convening this meeting today. It is his meeting. The President requested to have an investors conference to have a direct interface with you, our partners in development. Please, let's clap for him for that. And Your Excellency, we will make speeches later, but indeed it's not a day of making speeches, it's a day of resolving the challenges that investors are facing in this country. Your Excellency, that said, I want to thank you for saying we should continue with the program and we listen to the challenges of the investors, which you could name Baraza. We'll go ahead with the presentation and answer some of the issues that they had raised to government before, which will be done towards the end. Mr. President, what we're going to do right now, the investors have a lot of need for us to explain the issues of taxes. And I know that your vision for the country is that we must focus on indirect taxes as opposed to direct taxes. Your Excellency, that said, I want to ask the Permanent Secretary and Secretary to Treasury to come and lead this department or the agency which leads or heads tax issues, which is Uganda Revenue Authority, and all the commissioners are present to come and make presentation to the investors on the issues that they raised concerning the tax incentives. As the Permanent Secretary moves on to the stage to come and invite all the people in his panel, Your Excellency, allow me to recognize some key investors. Everyone here is very important, but Your Excellency, that those who went into establishing industrial parks, just like your vision of establishing 25 industrial parks, they have started private industrial parks. And among them, we're having Mr. Zhang, the proprietor of Kapeka Industrial Park. Mr. President, those who have money from China, they're all called Zhang. We have Mr. Zhang, Paul Zhang, the proprietor of Mbale Industrial Park. Your Excellency, we will be introducing to you all the other investors we have large taxpayers, and we will be recognizing them. And with us, we have the SMEs, the big multi-billion companies of tomorrow. All the SMEs, please do stand up for recognition for the President to see you. Your Excellency, you can see that this is largely Ugandans, and they are poised to take off to become multi-billion international companies here in Uganda, but becoming international with the support that you've given to them. Your Excellency, I'll come back and introduce all the other investors. And at this point in time, allow me to ask the Permanent Secretary to lead us on the session of taxes.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, the honorable ministers and ministers of state, honorable members of parliament, all of the senior government people, but most importantly, our private sector CEOs and executives, as well as other people owning businesses in Uganda. Your Excellency, a few weeks ago, you met the CEOs of private sector under the CEO forum that you put up to interface with you, and the number of issues I reported, which as government we've been addressing as you guide us to ensure that all of those concerns of business people and investors in Uganda are addressed. And I wanted to start by highlighting a few before I invite the Commissioner General to come and highlight a few issues concerning tax. Your Excellency, you asked us to ensure that investors in Uganda access capital at affordable rates. And as a Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, we are leading this. We have been able to deploy over 1.4 trillion shillings through UDB. This money is already with our investors. Some of them are here. We have also invested over 1 trillion shillings through Uganda Development Corporation to our strategic sectors. We've deployed 890 billion shillings through Agricultural Credit Facility, which is managed by Bank of Uganda through our different supervised finance institutions. We have commenced, Your Excellency, another fund called the Invite Fund, and this fund is worth $218 million. This is 820 billion shillings. Beginning this financial year, we are going to give it out to investors who are going to export. We have also deployed 480 billion shillings through a Myoga fund to our small people doing business in especially urban areas. And Your Excellency, you have allocated so far 2.32 trillion shillings to parish development model. And this money, we have already deployed half of it, and we are going to send the rest of the money this financial year. Your Excellency, you have also, through Cabinet, given women entrepreneurs in Uganda a total of 815 billion shillings through what we call the GROW project, generating growth opportunities and productivity for women enterprises. And this money, we are beginning to deploy it. And recently, the Uganda Bankers Association heard your voice on ensuring that we get patient and more development-oriented capital to the people who are doing business, and they have promised to set aside 1 trillion shillings for export facility within the region to support those who are going to export in the region. So, Your Excellency, the issue of capital, we are now addressing it comprehensively. The second issue you told us to address was the high cost of electricity. And Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development is leading us. And those investors who have set up extra large industrial factories, these are about 46 of them. We have 46 big which we call extra large industrialists, are consuming about 28% of the electricity we generate in Uganda. They are consuming more electricity than all of us who are consuming in domestic consumption, because we are consuming about 22% of the electricity, but the 46 extra large are consuming 28%, and these have started to enjoy the 5 cents per kilowatt hour. Then the large industrialists, these ones are enjoying a reducing cost per unit of electricity when the industries surpass a predetermined consumption threshold. And they are paying between 2.7 cents of US dollars per kilowatt hour for shoulder and for off-peak, while about US dollars 6.85 kilowatt hour per kilowatt hour. Those are the cents they pay when they are at peak. In order for manufacturers not to pay, Your Excellency, distributional cost for power, the Electricity Regulatory Authority is in the process of implementing the direct purchase of electricity following the enactment of the regulations that have been passed. And also government, as Your Excellency know, decided not to renew the concession of Umeme Limited so that we can be able to get electricity cost reducing due to elimination of that return on investment which was being earned along that line. And the government has also approved the energy policy which is going to increase the distribution of cheaper electricity. So, Your Excellency, I should say that as far as the high cost of electricity is concerned, we are also addressing it, particularly for the industrialists. The other third issue you asked us to address is the high cost of transport, and the Ministry of Works and Transport is leading all the agencies and the institutions in the government as well as the private sector. Your Excellency, we are ongoing and we are about to finalize the rehabilitation of the meter gauge railway between Malaba and Kampala, and also the rehabilitation of the Tororo Gulu Nimure branch of the meter gauge railway is underway. We have also started the procurement for the standard gauge railway, which is beginning this financial year. Your Excellency, UNRA has expanded the paved national road network across the country to 6,133 kilometers last financial year. Government has allocated each district in Uganda 1 billion shillings to rehabilitate the feeder roads within the district and maintain them. This is on top of the money given to Road Fund and the Ministry of Works for maintenance of these roads. And Your Excellency, we are in the process of partnering with the private sector to strengthen the air cargo transport so that those investors who are dealing with items that they need to go very fast to the market can be evacuated quickly. We are finalizing this within the year. Your Excellency, the International Airport of Entebbe is at 85% completion, the revampation of it, and also the Kabalega International Airport is going to be completed this financial year. The last major issue, Your Excellency, you asked us to address is the issue of markets. The markets for the people who are doing business. And the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperative is leading us in this. And the government has negotiated market access for Ugandan products under the ESC and Africa Free Continental, the Continental Free Trade Area, where milk, grain, coffee and iron ore are going to be very easy to market. Government is also supporting UNBS, Ugandan National Bureau of Standards, to work with the private sector on product standardization and quality of our exports. There are a few technical issues which arose in the negotiations on how to standardize, especially on the cost of the digital conformity mark. And this is being addressed, Your Excellency. I am personally leading this to ensure that we address this matter and the private sector can work amicably with UNBS. Your Excellency, the other issue was on the bureaucracy in government. The private sector, business people, investors have often raised the issue of slow processes in government, bureaucracy, red tape, as well as corruption in government. Your Excellency, as a response, we are upscaling the digitization of government. We are automating all of the public service delivery systems so that we can reduce human interface and also be able to enhance transparency. We are introducing electronic systems in procurement. Now procurement is going to be done electronically. We have already automated our tax system. We are automating the business processing and registration. We are also doing the online passport processing as a special application processes and so on, as the Internal Affairs has addressed that. So, Your Excellency, government has therefore been able to invest heavily in our fiber optics, the optical fiber for internet access across the country. We have so far laid 4,717 kilometers of optic fiber so that we can be able to get all of these services done, the automation process we are doing. And NITA-U has connected over 1,466 MDAs to the national backbone, MDAs and local governments to the national backbone infrastructure. Your Excellency, we are also working on getting the private sector in Uganda engaging more effectively in the oil and gas. We are getting reports that the Petroleum Authority of Uganda has approved the contract so far worth $7.1 billion in oil and gas since you announced the final investment decision last year. And of these, at least $2 billion has been earmarked for Ugandan companies at different levels. And the local content policy and regulations are giving priority to Ugandan companies with about 16 service subsectors ring-fenced for Ugandans to take advantage of. And the Petroleum Authority of Uganda is implementing contract unbundling to smaller scope so that these companies of Ugandans can benefit. As I conclude, Your Excellency, we are also working hard to ensure that we support value addition in the priority commodity value chains. UDC is working to ensure that tea, citrus, cassava, and other key value chains are financed to add value. We are also working as government to get coffee added value too. Your Excellency, you have provided so far $10 million to the Coffee Consortium to add value and access external markets for coffee. Working with the Presidential Advisory Committee on Exports and Industrial Development, PASED, coffee stakeholders have established arrangements already to supply Ugandan coffee to new markets. I mean now the value-added coffee, roasted coffee in Serbia, as well as other destinations. And government is in the final stages, Your Excellency, of establishing a national marketing company in partnership with the NSSF and the private sector so that we can augment our efforts of marketing Ugandan products which are of value added. Your Excellency, when it comes to taxation, although most of our incentives for tax are enshrined in our respective laws, in almost all of the laws that we have concerning tax, income tax, VAT, import duty, stamp duty, excise duty, and withholding tax, they have a number of tax incentives for investors who are seated here, and many of them have benefited. But I understand they have some issues. I want now to invite the Commissioner General to come and highlight those issues and how we are addressing them. They were already given to him. I submit, Your Excellency.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, Honorable Ministers and Ministers of State present, Excellency the Ambassadors, our distinguished investors, heads of government agencies, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is John Musinguzi, and I serve as the Commissioner General of Uganda Revenue Authority. And Your Excellency, I've been asked to speak about some of the challenges that the investors face with taxes, and this is what my presentation is about. But as I begin to submit, let me invite my colleagues, the commissioners of Uganda Revenue Authority, who came to support me this afternoon, to come and be near me so that we can handle this presentation together. Your Excellency, in line with the government policy of import substitution, Uganda Revenue Authority has been focusing on the growth of domestic taxes and indirect taxes, as we also implement the government policies and incentives that attract investment. Let me start by explaining that the structure of taxes in our country is mainly in three broad categories. The first category is the direct taxes. These are taxes that are paid by individuals or companies directly from their incomes, and these include corporation tax, they include individual income tax. For those in employment, they call it pay as you earn. It includes rental income tax for those that have rental properties. And sometimes when this tax of income is paid in advance, it is referred to as withholding tax. The other broad category of taxation are the indirect taxes, and these include VAT, which is tax paid by the final consumer. It includes import duties, and these ones have different ranges in line with the government policy of manufacturing and import substitution. Raw materials at 0, intermediary products are at 10, the other standard items are at 25%, and then the sensitive commodities, or those that we wish to protect our local market, are at 35 and more. Again, under those customs duties, we have other levies like environmental levy, infrastructure levy, and others. But we also have other indirect taxes like excise duties and non-tax tax revenue. So, Your Excellency, following the position of government to make the environment as conducive as possible for investment, a number of the direct taxes are either exempt under the law, and shortly I will be referring to the exact areas of exemption, or government has stepped in as strategic areas and has paid those taxes in order to support investment. Therefore, one of the concerns that came through was that the taxes are so high and they are killing investment. And I would like to submit that maybe what is killing some investments or making some investors struggle is lack of sufficient knowledge about the exemptions in the law that they can take advantage. So let me systematically address the cycle of tax administration. When a business is registered with the Uganda Registration Services Bureau, the next requirement is to have a tax identification number. This is to prepare the business for paying taxes as and when the taxes are due. Getting a TIN does not equal to paying taxes. And what is expected after you have registered your business, the next step is that you start filing your returns. So for example, you've registered a company and it has not started doing business, you will file what they call a nil return. This is just to let Uganda Revenue Authority that yes, I registered my company, but I have no business as yet. But also we take cognizance of the fact that businesses take time to mature. So while your business is growing and it's not yet at a stage of paying income tax, because income tax is a percentage of the profit that you have made, you still file a return, and in your return you show that my expenses were this much, my investment was this much, and therefore I have no profit, and therefore I have no income tax to pay. So what happens when there is a lapse and you do not file a return? Then Uganda Revenue Authority starts to assume that you are actually doing business. And we normally start by sending a reminder. Can you file your return? The year has ended. And if you say, if you keep quiet, the next reminder will be, we are going to make an estimate assessment based on the imports you made into the country or any other data that we may have. So this is where complications begin. And at URA we are saying, we will, as much as possible, try to educate you, to sensitize you about your responsibilities and obligations, but feel no pressure to pay taxes where you have not made any profit. And I hope this answers the question of Dr. Victoria to know that taxes should not kill your infant businesses. Taxes are only a fraction of the profit that you make when the business is thriving. Fortunately, the regime of taxation in this country is based on self-assessment, meaning it is you to say what you have earned, it is you to state what you have spent on, and it's you to tell us what you think the fair share of tax you should be paying. But should we have reason to doubt this, we will advise you that this self-assessment seems low, and we are now being driven by data, so we'll have reasons to know why we think what you have stated is not right. I'll come to that later. But next step, if you're not happy with our assessment, so you have you've filed a return and we think it is not accurate, and we return to you and maybe we make an assessment. There is a mechanism for appeal. And the first step of appeal is to object. It is your right, it is enshrined within the law as a taxpayer to communicate back to URA and you say, I object to this assessment. And these are my reasons. And you are given up to 45 days after receiving our assessment to say that I object. So if we don't hear from you in the 45 days, we would assume that you have agreed with our assessment and you are preparing to pay the tax. But should you have a reason to object, please know it is your right. And should your objection, now the first step is that we will review the objection, and the objections unit is a separate one. Then we will get back to you and say, we agree and therefore we vacate this assessment. We are sorry. Or we will say, we have reason to believe you made more than this based on your imports, based on your supply contracts, and therefore we do not agree with your objection. Still, if you're not satisfied with that position, there is what we call alternative dispute resolution. At that point, you can ask that I want an ADR meeting. And this ADR meeting, you'll come with your teams, we will sit around the table and we will resolve. But should even that one fail, there is what we call the Tax Appeals Tribunal. And this is completely independent of URA. It is the independent arbitrator, the first court for taxation. They will tell us that URA is right or the taxpayer is right. I wanted to briefly take you through that cycle that gives you your rights and your obligations. Now, quickly, let me scan through the other steps. Supposing you have paid and there is an overpayment, you are entitled to a refund. I forgot to mention that when you go to the Tax Appeals Tribunal, you deposit 30% of the tax in dispute. But should we lose that case under the tribunal, your refund is returned to you in full. But also, there is when you make a provisional return, and at the end of the year, the projected sales do not come to what you had envisaged, or some of the sales or contracts are cancelled. That takes us to your right of getting a refund. And in our refund procedure, we ask for just 30 days. When all your information is provided and you do not owe any taxes, the refund will be processed. Let me quickly talk about some of the measures that government has put in place to settle the previous tax disputes. Under the Tax Procedure Code, Section 40D, this current financial year, the government of Uganda passed a law that waives all penalties and interest on all tax arrears as at 30th of June. I would like to appeal to our dear taxpayers that if you've been having a big burden of tax, including penalties and interest, this is your time to only pay the principal tax and benefit from this waiver. This waiver has a time date, 31st of December 2023. So in the remaining 1 month, please take advantage of this law. There is another law, again in the Tax Procedure Code, which is voluntary disclosure. And this one allows all taxpayers who previously have not declared right their tax to now declare on their own voluntary will, and they will be exempted from any penalty or interest. So, Your Excellency, allow me to very briefly mention some of the areas of exemptions where our investors can take advantage. Any processing in agriculture, any manufacturing or assembly of medical appliances and medical sundries, pharmaceuticals, automobiles and household appliances, manufacturing of furniture, pulp and paper, printing and publishing, vocational and technical institutes, logistics and warehousing, manufacturing of a range of items including footwear, mattresses and toothpaste and chemicals. All these areas are entitled to an income tax exemption of 10 years. So the other 30% of your profit, when you have invested in these areas of manufacturing, government has put in place a 10-year tax holiday. And there is no investor who should beg for this. It is your right, it is in the law, you just apply for it and you'll have it. VAT exemption on supplies of services, especially in the initial setup like feasibility study, warehousing, supply of locally produced raw materials and inputs for these factories, excise duty exemption on construction of raw materials, stamp duty exemption on the initial investments. All these are areas of exemption. The requirements are not that many. For a foreign investor, you need to be investing at least $10 million. For the local citizens, only $300,000. This is another area where our local investors have been complaining that the incentives are only for foreigners. But the threshold for local investors is much lower, $300,000 US and $150,000 if you're investing outside Kampala. Your Excellency, in the interest of time, I will not exhaust the list of incentives, but even under customs, all import duties pay zero tax. Plant and machinery, they don't pay any import duty, and VAT is deferred. So if you're an investor and you're setting up a factory, if you are investing in plant and machinery, you only pay when the factory has started, and many other areas of exemptions. Let me now quickly make my concluding remarks to our investors. As we have already heard, the focus of government is to collect indirect taxes, which are paid by everybody, whether you have a tin or you don't, because it is tax on the item you have consumed. But for us to monitor these taxes, we need the support of our investors. Number one, we request you to embrace the technology which we have rolled out to help us assess you accurately, but also track the transactions that you make. And this technology is called IFRIS, Electronic Physical Receipting and Invoicing Solution. Another technology that we have rolled out is called DTS, Digital Tracking Solution. This one helps monitor the goods that are excisable, either manufactured in the factories or imported. These will help us correct the indirect taxes effectively, but they will also help us not to assume anything about your income and your transactions. And all we want from you is to allow us to integrate with your system, or for you to buy the gadgets that are used, like the physical devices, if you don't have a system. At the Uganda Revenue Authority, we are also revamping a number of processes to make life easy for our investors. Number one, we have revamped our ledgers. Every taxpayer here must know that if there has been an area of conflict between us and our distinguished taxpayers, it has been messages based on ledgers that were clamped up and were not accurate. We have revamped these. So now if you log into your tax account, you see your ledgers clearly separated per tax head, per period, per tax category. This we launched a month ago. We request you to log in, give us feedback, but it is going to be fundamental in settling our battles. There is no need for us to be at war with our taxpayers. We need a very harmonious relationship, and this has been a source of conflict. We are dealing with it. The other area which we want you to embrace is the technology that we have rolled out that helps you register. If you are registering as an individual, your TIN is instant. You don't have to come to our offices to get a TIN number. You can get it on your phone using your USSD code. The same code will make you, will facilitate you pay your taxes from your comfort. So we would like to make this known to all our taxpayers to embrace it. During the transition of changing our systems, there could be areas when the systems are down or when these messages that come to you are not accurate. Please bear with us. It is a transitioning phase and we will get there. For all this and more that I have not been able to say, I encourage you to go on our revamped web portal, which is www.ura.go.ug. You'll find all information. One of the key innovations on our new web portal is a touch point. Touch point helps management of URA know about delays, know about extortions. It is a transparent way of reporting to the management where our staff's error. So please go to our touch point and escalate any issue. I made this request, I have not received a response. Please utilize that. There is our WhatsApp number, there is our Twitter account, there is our Facebook. Use any of these channels, and there is also our toll-free numbers. Use any of these channels to let us know what we can do to serve you better. I thank you very much for listening to me, and I will take a seat and wait for any questions and comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner General of URA. I really understand why you had to explain and explain and explain again, because you only have 3.5 million registered taxpayers and only 1 million compliant taxpayers. And you've raised the issues. Your Excellency, he's answered some of the questions that the investors have asked. And I believe that when you're making your speech, you will guide us better on how you intend us to grow our economy, broaden the tax base, and how we can better facilitate them. But I want us to put our hands together and clap for Commissioner General for ably answering these questions. Again, also for the PSST, he did a 360-degree response. So because of that, since I did mention to you earlier on that it is the meeting of the President, we do not want to preempt all the things he wants to say, but we know that he has reasons why he called us. So I want to ask the ministers that we keep to the time, so that we give most of our time for the convener of the meeting to be able to address us and educate us on what he expects us to do with the investors so as to broaden our tax base and grow our economy. That said, Your Excellency, allow me to invite our next presenter. Again, Your Excellency, you did say that we should all be in a one-stop center. Everyone who is speaking here is from the one-stop center. You said all the agencies that have anything to do with facilitating investors, they have to be in the one-stop center. Your Excellency, on top of that, you did bring, to protect even the investors further, you appointed Kano Nakalema, and I just want to recognize her. Please, she's right there. She's been reporting some of the issues. Kano, you would like to stand up for them to see you. Thank you very much, because we need to put different layers of protecting. As we attract, we don't want the ones that we've attracted home to run away. Your Excellency, there are issues that the investors have raised. Recently, we've been seeing deregistration of businesses. The investors have said that the registration of businesses have become very bureaucratic. 80% of our businesses are informal, and that we can now see why those who pay taxes as few as 1 million and registered only 3.5 million. Your Excellency, that said, there is a clear minister who is responsible for that sector, and he's very able. This time you appointed a very able minister. He should come and explain for his sins, so that if there's anybody, I always say, anybody to hang, it should be him, not me. Your Excellency, allow me to ask everyone to put their hands together for Honorable Norbert Mao, the Minister of Justice, Constitutional Affairs, who is responsible for business registration, not business deregistration. He would explain to us why there's deregistration. Please, let's clap for Norbert Mao, who is going to lead us in that presentation. And Honorable Norbert Mao will come with URSB, and immediately after that we'll be talking about standards, and that will be done by Honorable Bahati.
Mr. President, colleagues, ministers, members of parliament, and the business community, dear friends, my army is here, and we are going to fight bravely. I am Norbert Mao, Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs. Mr. President, America has Fortune 500. How many has Uganda got? Those who are the pillars of the economy. I'm consoled by the fact that America did not nurture the Fortune 500 overnight. So I thank you for convening this fireside chat to enable us nurture our Fortune 500. Who are the wealth creators in Uganda? They are the people who multiply money, create jobs, grow our economy, and provide the money to do all the things that Uganda needs. I thank you, Your Excellency, for convening this meeting. The investors are here to put a mirror before our faces. It is a kind of reality check. But apart from telling us what we look like, the good, the bad, and the ugly, they are also declaring their very big dreams for which they seek support. And I think that is the most important part of this meeting. Some of the things we have seen in the mirror are things we like. There are also things we don't like. I can assure you, Mr. President, the mirror is a clean one. It is not broken. There is no distortion. If you were not the one who had called this meeting, I would have said the Honorable Anita had invited you and set a trap for you. Mr. President, these investors have read very long charge sheets here with many charges. And the Honorable Minister of Finance got the longest charge sheet. I hope he will have a fair trial. But there have also been very uplifting and empowering moments. This indeed has been a very empowering meeting. I hope you, the business community and investors, have discovered what your true power is, the power to recommend. And what better forum to make your recommendations than this kind of forum convened by none other than the President of the Republic of Uganda. You may not have the power to decide, you may not have the power to do many things, but the power to recommend is a lot of power. Many things start with recommendations. So this is a big forum for you. We are here to close the gap between where we are, where we ought to be. But we all agree that where we are is better than where we have been. Mr. President, since I joined government, I've discovered one thing, that government has not been good at speaking about the good things that it does. Those who spread the bad news are faster and more effective than those who spread the good news. So we hope that this, from the inside, I've found that there are actually a lot of good things going on. You know where I've been. So I call upon those of us who work with you to run faster, catch up, and overtake those who are spreading the bad news, not only in Uganda, but also abroad. What I know is that the investors have their own stories, and I want to thank you for accepting to stay here the whole day to listen to them, because this is about them. Reminds me of Ellis Island in New York, where immigrants were asked to tell their stories of immigration. One of them wrote, "I came to America because I was told the streets are paved with gold. I discovered three things. One, the streets are not paved with gold. 2, the streets are not paved at all. 3, I was expected to pave the streets. Mr. President, these are the stories I've heard from some of the people who have talked, notably the former Minister of Agriculture, the Honorable Victoria Sekitoleko, who made it clear that we lured her to think the streets were paved with gold. She discovered that the streets were not paved and that she was expected to pave them. But also, Mr. President, this is about leadership, and it starts with you. It's about tackling bottlenecks, and the investors have told us that the bottlenecks are at the top. This is also about accountability. So if you, the President of Uganda and the Fountain of Honor, has decided to come and sit here to be held accountable by investors, who in this blessed republic will have the guts to refuse to be held accountable? Because you are here to be held accountable. And I want to ask the investors to be frank, scratch where they are itching. I know, of course, that in our African culture, some unmentionable parts cannot be scratched in public. And so, I hope you will grant private audiences to some groups of investors, particularly these small businesses who have asked for grants. When they hear of $10 million for coffee consortium, it's a very big word. Then those who make shea butter in Pade and Arua, they wonder, when will the shea butter consortium also be thought about? Then the beekeepers of Nakasongola will also talk about their consortium. And then the coffee cooperatives in Bukoma and Simbi, they also want to be, they have basically said they are not looking for loans. So without them lobbying me, I want to request Your Excellency through your daughter to give audience to some of these Ugandans. I think they feel jealous when they see the oil sheikhs from Saudi Arabia always visiting you. They see the Chinese and others. Your own struggling people also want to come and meet you because they are the ones you have promised to protect in your recent speech. So I believe very strongly that today you'll continue to do what you do best, as stated in 1 Corinthians 14:8. If the trumpet does not sound a clear call, who will get ready for battle? Your Excellency, you mobilized us during Corona. These people responded. They want to hear you now giving them new incentives. You mobilized the country and immunized all the citizens. You fought the battle against HIV/AIDS. These are your trumpets that you have blown. Now you have become an economic freedom fighter, and the army is here. With those words, I want now to invite the representatives of the Uganda Registration Services Bureau to tell us why anybody should not believe that Uganda is not the best and fastest in getting businesses out of the labor ward up and running. Thank you very much.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, honorable ministers present, distinguished guests, all protocol observed, good afternoon. My name is Intale Mustafa. I'm the Director Business Registration at Uganda Registration Services Bureau, and I'm representing the Registrar General today, who is out of the country on other official duties. I've been asked to comment about business registration and what we are doing to simplify the journey of an investor to enter into the Ugandan market. Of course, as you are aware, Uganda Registration Services Bureau is a government agency that is responsible, among other things, business registration, intellectual property rights registration. We also maintain the electronic register for security interest in movable property. We also do civil marriages for those who have invested beyond the economics in the country and invest in a relationship. We formalize those relationships. We conduct civil marriages as Registrar General's Office, but also offer insolvency services for businesses which are financially distressed. Before they make a decision to exit the market, they can consider contacting Uganda Registration Services Bureau for support and reorganization for them to be financially viable once again. Of course, because we offer business registration services, we are the first point of contact for any person who wants to do business in Uganda, because we are responsible for ensuring that that business entity acquires corporate personality. And here we have two options for our investors. For investors who are already incorporated elsewhere, they may wish to establish a branch in Uganda and they register as a foreign company, or if they want to incorporate a local company, still they apply to Uganda Registration Services Bureau and they have their company incorporated locally. Among the key reforms which we have undertaken as an agency to facilitate investment is automation of business registration processes. Your Excellency, you'd recall that previously, for a person to register a company in Uganda, it would take a lot of time because he had to fill manual forms and deliver them to Uganda Registration Services Bureau. They will get manually processed and even manually kept by the Registrar of Companies. As we speak today, the process of company registration is fully automated. You can sit in any office, you can sit in your office, you can sit in your home, you can even apply for incorporation of a company in Uganda before you step in Uganda. The process is fully electronic. You don't have to even visit the bank to make payments. You can use a Visa card to make payments. You can use mobile money and process and push an application to Uganda Registration Services Bureau for registration. Of course, this has two major advantages. Number one is efficiency. We save considerable time for investors to have to come to our offices physically to present their applications. But also, most importantly, we minimize human interaction. Of course, we don't want to give a lot of work to Kanu Nakalema as a bureau, so we minimize the interaction between our staff and the investors, so they push the applications electronically and process them on a first-come, first-served basis. Your Excellency, we have also simplified the business registration processes by reducing on the number of forms which a person is supposed to fill when he's applying to incorporate a company. We had several forms, appointment of directors, forms relating to address of the company, forms for registration of shareholders. Now, the Companies Act was amended to introduce just one single registration form, which we expect any business person to fill, which includes all the details that we need as an office, and we capture all that information in one single application to have the application processed in a most timely manner. We have also focused on simplifying the exit process. An investor who has invested a lot of money in the country, he also has interest in knowing if he wants to exit the Ugandan market. What does it take for him to exit? Traditionally, when we had the Insolvency Act, it required him to appoint a liquidator, advertise in the papers, and so on and so forth. Your Excellency, with support from government, the Companies Act was amended to provide for a simplified mechanism of exiting the Ugandan market by publishing in the newspapers and in the Gazette, and if there are no objections to that entity exiting the Ugandan market, it can exit within 30 days. Of course, this is done in an attempt to simplify the business environment within the country. We have also decentralized our services. We have our head office here in Kololo at Uganda Business Facilitation Center, but in addition we have branch offices at Georgian House. We also have a branch office at post office in Kampala. We have established regional offices in 6 regions of the country. We have a branch office in Mbarara, Hoima, Mbale, Gulu, Arua, and we also have a branch in Masaka. In addition, Uganda Registration Services Bureau has a relationship with Uganda Revenue Authority and local government, Ministry of Local Government, under what we call the TREP arrangement. We have 43 TREP centers where URSB has staff to support investors under the one-stop center arrangement. The idea being to enable an investor to get all the services, business registration services and related services within one area. Because of those interventions, URSB has significantly improved the turnaround time. I've mentioned automation of our processes. Now business registration, which according to our client's charter was taking 4 hours, can take now 1 hour. Some services want to search a company file because the files are now digitized. When you punch in a business number, you are able to get, as opposed to the traditional method of going to the registry and look for that particular file and give you the information that you need. All the information can now be accessed electronically, and that has significantly improved our turnaround time. Finally, I'll comment on the specific issue which Honorable Anita has pointed out here about the registration of companies. This, of course, were filed and were idle or dormant. Entities are supposed to file annual returns, basically to update their information on the company file. And as Uganda, we are supposed to account for all the entities we have on the register. It's a FATF requirement, Financial Action Task Force. I'm sure you have read about the international standards on countering money laundering and terrorism financing. So we had to account for all the entities we have on our register. So we had to ask all of those entities which are active to update their files, and those ones which are inactive were removed from the register. However, as I have mentioned, we automated our processes. Those entities which were affected by that process, they have a right to come back. The process to come back on the register is automated, and they just need to signal to the register of companies that indeed they are still doing business and they are willing to comply, or they are still active in business. With that, we are able to segregate active businesses from inactive businesses, and also to make the names available. I know one of the biggest concerns is the unavailability of names. You present one name, they tell you that one someone is using it. Present another one is using it. And that person who is holding that name actually no longer does business, because on our register that person is inactive. So in an attempt to clean up our register, we said all of those who are inactive, they should exit, and those names should become available to other intending business people. So ladies and gentlemen, for those who wish to use or who are affected by that process, the platform is open. Inform the register of companies that you are still active in business, and you should be put back on the register. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, URSB. Your Excellency, I can see that the weather is not looking so good. I would like to run quickly with these remaining topics so that we give you time to speak. So I'm just going to call back to back. Honorable David Bahati, there were issues on why the cost of registration.
Discharge us.
I officially discharge Honorable Norbert Mao.
Thank you.
And thank you for your presentation. Honorable David Bahati, would you like to take your seat to come and talk about cost of certifying business and the processes? And you can come together with Honorable Okasai, because he has to address the issues of connecting the businesses to electricity and the cost of electricity. I believe the Permanent Secretary had answered some of those issues, so we have to be very brief and the steps that government has taken. Honorable Okasai, I actually mentioned your name. Thank you for coming. Honorable Bahati.
Mr. President, my colleagues, ministers, wealth creators gathered here, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. President, our industrial activity in our country is increasing, and increasing at a very terrible rate, and it's unstoppable. Now, our industrial sector contributes 26.5% to our national GDP. And actually, we contribute as a sector 23.16% to our taxes, next to the wholesale and retail sectors. And this meeting of meeting investors to listen to you is an important meeting, and we want to appreciate you investors who have come here. If it wasn't because of you, we wouldn't have achieved this. And as you know, Your Excellency, our factories from 1986 have moved from 80 to now 8,640. Very huge increase, and we appreciate you investors. Our import substitution is working, the import substitution strategy, because now we can produce tiles, we can produce TVs, we can produce sodas, we can produce lock booms, I can see Rema here, and other drinks. We can produce test kits, which you launched yesterday, and a number of other things, including electrical buses. But at the bottom of this increase, at the bottom of this growth, standards will play an important role, because Ugandans, and even where we're exporting these things, will need to be sure that they are safe and they will not cause any harm. We have secured huge markets. The African community of a population of 300 million, which will be 886 million in 2050. That's the East African community, the African Continental Free Trade Area of 1.2 billion, and it will be 2.5 billion in 2050. The AGOA, European markets, and Chinese markets. But access to these markets has in several times been a challenge because of some of the things that we are seeing in the products. For example, pesticide residues, aflatoxins, and these are some of the things that the markets are complaining about. So as a ministry under UNBS, we are trying to make sure that we keep an eye on the standards of the products that we produce. When we do that, we secure the safety of the consumers, but at the same time, we guarantee confidence in the products that you produce. We would want you, when you produce medicine and put it in the pharmacy, we don't want anybody to differentiate between a UK-produced tablet and a Ugandan tablet. I want to challenge all of you, when you go to a pharmacy and you see a Ugandan-made tablet and a UK-made tablet, which one do you run to first? You run to the UK. What is the reason? Because of some little bit of lack of confidence of the products that we are producing. That's why UNBS was put in place to ensure that we follow the standards. So, Your Excellency, there are quite a number of questions that were asked about what we are doing as UNBS, and I've come with Patricia Bagaine, who is the Deputy Director of UNBS in charge of standards, to come and answer those. Then I will conclude if there is any other questions. Patricia, please.
Your Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Patricia Bagaine Ejalu, Deputy Executive Director Standards at Uganda National Bureau of Standards. I was asked to respond to some of the questions that our investors have asked. The first one being delays in service delivery. We offer services, certification, testing, calibration that all our investors need to be able to comply to the standards. But these services are taking quite a while. I want to thank our PSST Finance, who has already confirmed that supporting UNBS is an ongoing activity. But what have we done as UNBS? We have opened up regional offices in Gulu, in Mbale, and Mbarara, and there are testing labs that are working there. Madam Victoria, you don't have to come all the way to Kampala to get certification. Our regional offices are up and running, and we have online services where you can apply from any part of Uganda. We have recognized private laboratories, and if you check on our website, we have 22 private laboratories have been recognized. We take the results from these laboratories to use for certification. And for the factories that have recognized labs, it reduces our interaction with them because they are already showing compliance. We have already introduced automatic renewal. Certification is an annual process. It is renewed every year. And for those who are compliant, it takes only 7 days to get automatic renewal, provided you meet the criteria listed down. For automatic renewal, it takes 7 days. For initial assessment, the delay is real. What do we plan to do? Of course, the biggest issue is to get support from government, and I'm very grateful that a lot of work is being done in that direction. But we also want to leverage on our relationship with the private sector. We are developing a scheme called the Personnel Certification Scheme. And we're going to run this scheme with associations that are registered with us. What that means is that their personnel will be doing the initial assessment so that UNBS does not have to come throughout the country all the time. We will focus on surveillance, but private sector will be in charge of the initial assessment. This is part of the self-regulation issue, and we feel that it will be much easier to work with registered associations. We shall also be targeting our stakeholder engagement. A lot of people are failing to meet compliance requirements because they don't know. So the issue is that our stakeholder engagement must be targeted, again, through the associations. We are risk profiling the parameters that we test. You will find in one standard there are 15 parameters that you have to test. But we have records going as far back as 7 financial years. And we are able to see the parameters that need to be checked on a regular basis as opposed to those that have been doing okay for all those years. Again, that will reduce the time it takes to assess the products. We are continuing our efforts of harmonization of standards at the EAC. Now, we've had a specific issue with South Sudan where our consignments have been delayed because of non-compliance. We have established what we call batch testing of certified products. As we speak right now, between 300 and 400 consignments have been given access to South Sudan, all of them certified, and we have certificates of analysis to show that we are complying. We are hosting the CEOs of all bureaus of standards in December to make sure that the mutual agreement that exists in all East African countries is implemented. The idea is that if your product is certified, and we have already recognized each other's certification marks, your product should go through without further ado. On the cost of certification, again, it was mentioned that for a producer of many brands, they might pay about 2 to 3 million. We are currently reviewing the issue of individual brands for individual variants so that you will be able to certify your products, the different variants that are covered within the same standard. That way, when you pay certification, you will be paying for the products that are of the same type. That way, your cost will come down at least between 40 to 70%, depending on the number of products you have. We are also implementing, as has been mentioned, the digital conformity stamp. Now, this is going to help the MSMEs, and they are already enjoying part of this. For those who are producing about 15,000 to 30,000 products annually, the cost of producing 6 brands, which was about 3 million, will come down to less than 600,000. So We are already running the DCM. It has already started. It started in July with cosmetics, construction material, and electronics. And we are reviewing the standard to include all compulsory standards. So before this financial year ends, all of them will be on board. And finally, with reference to our inadequate enforcement, again, we are getting a lot of support to build this up. It's an issue of numbers, but we are implementing the pre-export verification of conformity, which allows importers to have their products checked before they come here. If we do the inspection at the point of entry, we shall have trucks lined up from here to Mombasa. So we prefer the conformity to be done in the country of origin. We are, however, reviewing some of the procedures that have caused a lot of concern, especially for our domestic manufacturers. And I make reference to the raw material exemptions, which are causing a bit of a challenge. The issue is for us to review them to ease what is happening. We are implementing the market surveillance activities. We need a lot of support for that. We have over 4,800 certified products, but we have the same number that are expired. And with the efforts of surveillance, we will be able to move forward. Your Excellency, I submit. Thank you very much.
Your Excellency, I am honored to stand before you. I'm called Okecho Lawrence Michael, the Director, Trade Information at Uganda Export Promotion Board. With what has been said here and yet to be said, when you look at production and productivity in this country, we are having a steady progress, and I think this is something members need to clap for. Now, in terms of the opportunities, the issue of the markets, my Honorable Minister has actually highlighted it. I just now need to raise the issue of the opportunities that we have as a country. First and foremost, Uganda is a land-linked country. Initially, we used to say we are landlocked, but we are now land-linked. That means somebody who is based in Uganda can get linked to all the various markets in Africa. And that is something that our investors need to really pay a lot of attention to. If you look at our export markets, COMESA is actually our #1 market, and it is for actually manufactured products, which constitutes about 46.1% of our exports. But also when you look at the informal exports, it is also a very important subsector of the economy, and it contributes 10.9% of exports. And it is an area that actually we need to work very close, because as they build the capacity, they will become formal, and then they contribute to our exports. Now, in terms of the opportunities, one, the world is going green and people are paying a lot of attention on organic products, and Uganda is very well fitted for organic production. The other opportunities that we have, the world is feeding and getting healthier, so our fruits and vegetables are offering a very huge opportunity. Within the African continental market setup, the issue of our manufacturing sector is very, very key, and our investors need to pay a lot of attention to this. And as you can see, COMESA is actually taking our manufactured products that constitute 46% of our products. Now, in terms of the issues that the private sector raised, they raised the issue of limited access to export markets, and which actually the same, they raised two issues: limited access to markets and limited access to export markets. Now, to tell our exporters or investors what we are actually doing as a Uganda Export Promotion Board, #1, we are carrying out export readiness assessment, and we are going to continue carrying out export readiness assessment of the various association members. Now, from those assessments, we shall be able to run export readiness trainings, and this one so far we have done some TOTs for the association staffs who we are working with to train the other exporters. We are going to continue training the SMEs on simplified trade regimes, taxation, financing, management, contracting, so that they actually get engaged effectively. We are continuing to link them to exporters. and importers in the target markets by carrying out solo country exhibitions, and this should be able to give them opportunities. We are carrying out market research and disseminating the results to the micro, small and medium enterprises, and this is very key. The micro, small and medium enterprises actually don't have capacity to carry out research. Some of this research are massive research. So as the board, we are going to carry out this research and then bring this information to the SMEs. We are also going to intensify the awareness of Ugandan trade portal, the issue of the export procedures. Ministry of Trade, working with the other MDAs and development partners, have developed the Uganda trade portal, and our members, the investors, actually need to go to the portal, which is www.ugandatrades.go.ug, and all the export procedures and import procedures are clearly outlined there. So just visit those places, that website, and a lot will be. We are located on on Nakasero Road, UEDCL Towers, where you can come for further engagements. Thank you very much, Your Excellency.
Your Excellency, you can see some of the agencies using your platform to do marketing, but we shall forgive them. Your Excellency, allow me invite Honorable Okasai to answer the issues of access to industrial electricity and cost and timelines and too much blackouts in the manufacturing sectors. After that, we'll be having Honorable Judith Nabakova to come and talk about land titling processes, procedures, and timelines. Let's please keep time because we're drawing to the time of the President giving his speech. And bear with us that the President also prepared for us lunch. So we're going to run quickly so that we'll be able to have our lunch shortly after his speech.
Thank you, my sister Evelyn, Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, Honorable Ministers, Permanent Secretaries, Heads of Departments and Agencies, and our beloved investors. Okaso Polot is my name. I'm a Minister of State for Energy. In my docket, we are set to provide adequate, reliable, and stable electricity for the transformation of the economy of Uganda. In providing energy, we follow a value chain. We start with the innovations, research. How do we get technologies in the energy sector to address the various challenges that we have? Then we get into generation. We transmit the electricity, and lastly, we distribute. With that, I have my team that is from generation. I invite them here. Transmission, distribution, including umeme. In generation, we have a target to set to provide adequate electricity to this country. By 2040, we have targeted to produce over 52,000 megawatts. Currently, we are producing 1,700 megawatts, but by the turn of this year, we shall be putting another 600 megawatts into the grid, taking the production to over 2,000 megawatts. The famous Karuma Dam project has actually commissioned, we have 4 units now produced, each one producing 100 megawatts, and that's 400 megawatts, which are ready to be wheeled into the grid. We have tested the generation and the transmission. As of this week, we have actually wheeled 200 megawatts from Karuma onto the grid after we rehabilitated Kawanda-Karuma transmission line. The next one is we are on transmission. we are emphasizing investments in taking this electricity out, especially to our consumers and primarily the industrialists. We are investing in the transmission lines, and we are also strengthening the distribution of the electricity to the end users. Consumption, unfortunately, as of now, stands at 850 megawatts. So, in reality, although we are targeting to produce more electricity and the demand is there, we need to invest in the transmission and distribution segments of the value chain. For the industrialists, we have actually amended our Electricity Act 2022 to provide for the investors to access electricity cheaply. In the amendment, we have actually removed the monopoly of bulk distribution, bulk buying from the generators and taking it to the end users. It means now we can take electricity directly from the generator. The generator can sell the electricity to the end users, and the investors can buy directly from the generators. And this enabled us to now provide electricity through various tariff schedules to the various users of electricity. For the industrialists, the investors to the industry, we are provided for a 5 cents tariff per kilowatt hour. And amendment of the Act enabled us to do that. We have various tariff schedules for the different users of electricity. We have extra large industries, and we go down to a small household with using 5 bulbs or so, and we also have a tariff for street lighting, security lighting in the streets. We have a range of those schedules. With this, I would wish to invite the regulator to actually talk and where we are in providing a 5 cent tariff to the large industrialists. So please, the regulator.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda. My name is Patrick Tembe, representing the CEO of the Electricity Regulatory Authority. Through the Honourable Minister, I address 2 issues. One is the issue of 5 cents for industrial customers, and then the issue of market access. Your Excellency, achievement of a lower tariff has been an objective of your government, and the Electricity Regulatory Authority has explored many avenues for achieving the 5 cents, starting with the large and extra large industrial customers without compromising the need to collect adequate revenues to ensure financial sustainability of the electricity supply industry. And by doing that, the phased approach to achieving 5 cents has been focusing on the very big customers who also happen to be the extra large manufacturers. And currently, we have a targeting scheme that ensures that the manufacturers who are able to grow demand can access a tariff of 5.7 cents, and progressively we shall achieve the 5 cents. When we grow the demand, we have these customers increase their consumption, and then we shall collect adequate revenues and be able to reduce the tariff for the rest of manufacturers and progressively for the rest of the customers. On the issue of electricity access, we have a policy called the rebate policy. This rebate policy makes it possible, especially for industrial customers, to finance connections or grid extensions to their premises and be able to recover their cost of grid extension. This is in addition to the ability of the distribution companies to connect customers at the cost and financing of the distribution companies. But in the event that the distribution companies are not responding as fast as the customers necessitate, then the law, the Electricity Act, provides for a provision where these customers can actually finance the grid extensions to their premises, and they are entitled to recovery of the cost of grid extension under the law and through the rebate policy that upon approval by the Electricity Regulatory Authority. Then also from the investing public, there are opportunities for investment into electricity business, that is at generation, at transmission, and at distribution. Specifically, there are three frameworks. One is that at generation, there has been a standardization of investment protocols, documents, and also we have a feed-in tariff when in the sector, and specifically when the investors visit the website of the Electricity Regulatory Authority, there are feed-in tariffs. In other words, an investor from anywhere in the world is able to tell the price at which they will be able to sell electricity when they generate it. The second is the direct purchase of electricity. Now, a customer situated in any part of the country can actually bilaterally agree with the producer of electricity near them, and they transact directly, and they are able to achieve tariff efficiencies. Then the third one, a regulation has also been passed for providing opportunities for investment into transmission, and this was basically intended to unlock private capital to extend transmission and high voltage networks to the rest of the country where power is required. With this, Your Excellency, I beg to submit. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, General Kaguta Museveni, Honorable Ministers, dear investors, I want to take this opportunity to thank you for inviting us to speak to the investors. Your Excellency, we have a number of reforms that have been taken in the land, housing, and urban development sector. And one of the reforms which relates to the investors is the land information system. Your Excellency, the land information system took land services closer to the people because we are digitizing land information. Before it was manual, but right now we are in the process of digitizing everything to make sure that our processes are automated. We believe that with automation, we shall reduce on the bureaucracies of processing a title, but also reduce on the middlemen that are in between offices and our investors. Your Excellencies, with the land information services, we have established 22 zonal offices that are established across the country to make sure that people get services wherever they are. We are finding it very easy to work with the Uganda Investment Authority to have these services provided. Because if an investor goes to Uganda Investment Authority, they fill in the application and make sure that all the processes are done with UIA. And after having them registered with UIA and URSB, it is very easy for them to work to any zone office or the ministry headquarters to have their interests registered. Where we are finding the challenges currently is when it comes to survey, especially for land that had not been surveyed before. And this is to do with customary land, which takes 70% of our land. Survey process is quite hectic because we are still using the traditional methods of survey, and after survey, the cartographers have to prepare the deed prints, and after the deed prints, that's when a title or a lease can be processed. And for surveyors who are not getting the freeholds, the milo, they get leases, but those leases, these days we emphasize the issue of conditions, because we used to get scenarios where an investor or a potential investor would ask for land, but they take long to develop that piece of land. And in the end, they would even end up exchanging that land or selling it out to another person. But these days we emphasize on the conditions that are stringent to make sure that the purpose for which the lease is requested for, it is the purpose for which it is done. We also make sure, Your Excellency, that we emphasize the issue of fiscal planning. I know when somebody wants to begin a business or to put an investment in place, they want to have the process done hurriedly. But right now, Cabinet approved the National Fiscal Development Plan, which made the entire country a planning area, whether in our industrial parks or in our local communities. We must ensure that there is proper planning for any investment that takes place in the country, and those plans are done with the local governments on ground to ensure that there is provisions for social services, but also other planning requirements are put in place to avoid crowding, but also mistakes in future when investors want to expand their projects. Your Excellency, I did not move alone. I request you to allow me give my Director, Land Management, Madam Naume Kabanda, to also take us through the timelines, because there are a number of things to do with land, but there are timelines which we have put in place as a ministry to ensure that services are given on time, but also we respond faster than required. We have even established liaison officers for the people who are in the diaspora. There are so many Ugandans who are in the diaspora and they are doing some investment here in Uganda. But when they come, we need to ensure that at least they are attended to very fast and on time, and each EMZO office has a liaison officer who is supposed to attend to their concerns, because these people have few months or few weeks with us here. Allow me right now to invite my Director, Land Management, Madam Naume.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, Honorable Ministers, heads of agencies, all protocol observed. Your Excellency, my name is Naume Kabanda, and I'm the Director, Land Management for the Ministry of Lands, Housing and Urban Development. Your Excellency, just for emphasis, our land management system, like my minister has already informed the investors, is governed by laws and policies which the investors need to know when they come to do investments in land. Land in Uganda is governed by the Constitution, of course, but also to note that it is vested in the citizens of Uganda under Article 237. The implication of this is that you have to come to negotiate land if you want to invest in it. And of course, we have several institutions that work on land. Majorly, if you want to apply for land which falls under the government, you need to go through Uganda Land Commission. Uganda Land Commission is the body that is vested with affairs and determination of all land that is vested in government. But the other part of land as a request can also be done privately, and that is where you have the land boards and also leases being applied for on a private basis. What we need to note as investors is that the processes and procedures are all very elaborate, but we have developed our client's charter where we have timelines and where we also have the procedures well laid out. You can also visit our website. It gives you extra information on the taxes and the fees that you are supposed to pay. You also need to note that when you are talking about acquisition of land held by customary or communities, you need to start a process by also talking to the elders and the communities that are concerned. And we have also put in place a public portal. And this public portal will help us and helps us as investors to access all our information. I know time is not on our side, but we continuously sensitize the communities and everyone working in the land sector on radio and on Bibaraza and TVs. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I submit.
Thank you, Your Excellency. The weather is not favoring us, although time is on our side. But because you're the convener of the meeting, Your Excellency, allow me as Honorable Matia Kasaija to come and invite you to come and address the people you have invited to talk to today. Honorable Minister of Finance, Planning, Economic Development, it's your time to come and invite the President to come and address the people. As Honorable Matia Kasaija is coming, Mr. President, there are only three that we had missed for them to address us. One of them is the Executive Director of National Water, Engineer Mayo, is here. I just want to ask him to stand up and the investors see him and they go and consult him after that. That is Engineer Mayo. We are supposed to have a presentation from NEMA. I want to ask the ED of NEMA to step forward because there are so many issues to do with investors building in a wetland and NEMA not giving your licenses in time. Please, that is the ED. Please, Doctor, can you remain standing so that they see you properly? That is the gentleman. You have to visit him and he solves your problems. If he doesn't, the Investor Protection Unit is there and I'm also available to make sure that we get him solve the problems. Your Excellency, we are supposed to have the Minister of ICT, who is represented by Honorable Sebugwabo. I'd like to ask her to just stand up for recognition because of time. We want to give most of our time for the President to talk. So that is Honorable Sebugwabo. Please clap for her. Thank you, Honorable Minister. And indeed, your issues were answered by the Permanent Secretary and Secretary to Treasury. I want in a special way recognize Honorable Oleru Huda, who is the Minister for Veterans, but also an investor in her own right to stand up for recognition because she's investing in agriculture and commercial agriculture. Please let us thank Honorable Huda. That said, allow me therefore ask Honorable Matia Kasaija to invite the President. But I thank you all for your patience. After the President is done speaking, we will be able to have our lunch. Honorable Matia.
Your Excellency, before Honorable Matia comes, allow me to recognize the biggest taxpayers of the investors. We have Tagshan Company, that has been represented by Mr. Owen Jim. We have K. Roma Bella Wine. We have Sachi Manufacturers. We have Bidiko. We have Abacus Parental Drugs. We have Atiak Sugar. We have Tororo Cement. We have Can Trio. We have Wild Places. we have Tiang Tang Group, we have Staunch Machinery, and Your Excellency, about the Staunch Machinery, they are the very first manufacturers of milk coolers, concrete mixers and maize millers in our country and in the whole of East Africa. We have MTN, Mr. Paul Uima is here with us. We have Reco Industries, we have Yugachik, New Forest, Crane Packaging, Busoga Forest Company, Tata Uganda, Mac4, we have GBK Dairy, we have Mairie Estates Limited, Mahamud Huda is here. We have Uganda Bati, Ian Rumanyika is here. Magnificent Outcomes. We have Kiko Steel Mills, Kira Motors, Modern Group, AGT, Ahmed Raza Foods. We have Kagoma Sugar Factory and Chambua Wildlife. Over to you, Honorable Kasaija.
So we'd like to use this airtime as Honorable Matia Kasaija is still preparing his remarks, because you know you bombarded him with serious questions, especially from Ministry of Tourism and the investors from Tourism Department. So Honorable Matia says he's still preparing his talking notes. As he does that, allow me as Private Sector Foundation to submit their presentation. Chairman Humphrey, utilized TAFA. So he's preparing the tough answers.
Thank you very much, our Honourable Minister. Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, our Honourable Ministers and Ministers of State, Captains of Industries, fellow chairpersons of organizations, ladies and gentlemen. As Uganda's apex body for the private sector, PSFU embodies over 320 organizations and corporate bodies. Through them, we represent over 3.5 million business enterprises in Uganda. Our key roles can be described as four, namely policy advocacy with government on behalf of our members, creating employment, particularly for the youth, business development services and training for our members, and lastly, strengthening our membership organizations. We have done all this in partnership with the government since 1995 across 12 key sectors. PSFU is aligned with the Vision 2040 and we are committed to supporting the transformation of Uganda into a modern, prosperous country by 2040, emphasizing the private sector's role in creating 77% of the formal jobs, 80% GDP contribution and 80% domestic revenue generation. In order to achieve this, we urge government to assist in these few key strategic focus areas. Number one, tax regime stability. The PSFU requests that government maintains their tax regimen for 5-year cycles. This shall enable investors to plan better and be assured of a stable tax environment in which to invest. We also urge government to harmonize the 12 tourism-related taxes and license fees and reduce this. We also ask that you ease the financial burden on startups to promote youth investment. Secondly, digital tax stamps. There is a call to re-evaluate digital tax stamp regime due to the high costs burden to manufacturers, with a proposal for the government to absorb these costs. For instance, the average cost of the automatic applicator machine is between 20 million Uganda shillings and 431 million Uganda shillings. The cost of this should ideally be borne by the government. Thirdly, the domestic areas. PSFU highlights the issue of delayed payments amounting to about 2.5 trillion shillings, of which over 115 billion of this is for the tea nursery operators in Kigezi and Ankole sub-regions. PSFU is urging the government to allocate sufficient resources for clearance and timely payments to suppliers. Fourthly, late payment of local suppliers in the oil and gas sector. We have noted with concern that local contractors in the oil and gas sector are having to wait on average up to 90 days for Tier 1 contractors to pay local suppliers. This has affected the ability of local companies to access credit and hindered their performance in the oil and gas sector. PSFU's proposal includes creating a petroleum fund in Bank of Uganda to support Ugandan suppliers in the oil and gas sector. It is important that Ugandans adequately participate and benefit from the development of our oil resources. Affordable credit. Uganda currently maintains one of the highest commercial bank lending rates in the East African community at 18.4% in August 2023, compared to Kenya's 13.5% and Tanzania's 15.56% in the same period, which impedes private sector competitiveness. Private sector identifies the need for government to invest in vehicles that can avail patient capital to the market. At PSFU, we are currently in the process of setting up the PSFU Catalytic Fund to enable private sector access cheap and patient capital. We also propose the capitalization of UDC to enable them to buy equity in private companies as an alternative way to raise capital. Enforcement by the Revenue Authority. Our members have also noted with concern the URA practice of issuing agency notices against businesses. We've talked about this earlier as a measure to collect taxes on behalf of government. This practice has far-reaching consequences on businesses, and the private sector feel that it should only be used as a measure of last resort. We propose that URA leans on dialogue first with taxpayers to ensure that cooperation is sought in a reasonable manner. Your Excellency, we have many issues, and we have other issues across different sectors. As you know, private sector is made up of 12 different sectors, and our presentation brought issues from each of those sectors. We may not be able to complete all of them here, but as private sector, we shall be sure to pass these on to you. But thank you. We thank government for this time that we have been able, as the private sector, to engage with government and put forward all our issues. And we believe that in this time, we have been able to handle a few of them, and we look forward to more engagements and more proposals on how we can handle the issues between us to grow our nation. We thank you very much, Your Excellency. Thank you.
Your Excellency, the President of Uganda, the honorable colleague ministers, our distinguished investors, and all the visitors and attendees of these wonderful sessions. Ladies and gentlemen, let me at the onset salute and congratulate Your Excellency for shepherding this country amidst global economic headwinds occasioned by COVID-19, war in Ukraine, floods which are going on in Uganda, among other shocks that have strained economic flows and decisions. Your Excellency, your steady leadership has kept the economy resilient with low inflation rate and increasing investment flows in the areas of agriculture value addition, manufacturing, ICT, oil and gas, tourism and services. Your Excellency, this presidential investor conference has today continued to discuss and find solutions to the challenges facing the doing business space in Uganda and the region. Your Excellency,
The government has undertaken significant reforms to streamline processes and reduce bureaucratic hurdles. Our goal is to make it easier for investors to set up and operate their businesses in Uganda. And we have been talking about this the whole morning. The Uganda Investment Authority One-Stop Center is a testament to this commitment. It serves as a single point of contact for all investor-related approvals, cutting through red tape and ensuring a swift and efficient process for investors. The One-Stop Center is designed to facilitate a seamless experience for investors, providing a range of services under one roof. Whether it is a company registration, tax permits, environmental impact assessments, or work permits, our dedicated team at the One-Stop Center is here to assist you at every step. And this has been also well elaborated this morning. This approach not only saves valuable time, but also reduces the cost of doing business, making Uganda an attractive destination for your investments. In addition to the One-Stop Center, we have implemented a series of reforms to improve the overall business climate. We have simplified tax procedures, enhanced infrastructure, especially electricity, and invested in human capital development. Our commitment to good governance, transparency, and the rule of law ensures a stable and predictive business environment. Our commitment to good governance, transparency, and the rule of law ensures a stable and predictable business environment. Moreover, I want to acknowledge the valuable feedback we received from the investors during the Presidential Investor Conference. Your insights and concerns are instrumental in shaping our policies and strategies. I will assure you that we have taken your input seriously, and we are working diligently to express the issues raised. Now, Your Excellency, you know, this morning there was a young lady here by the name of Museveni. She showed many questions to me as the Minister of Finance. Very many. Unfortunately, I could not write to them all. Let me this opportunity, Madam Museveni, I would like you to write down all those questions you have showed to me in writing, so that it is on record and I will reply to you in writing. But I appreciate absolutely. You have did a very wonderful job. But to be perfect and thorough, we need to have things in writing. Agreed? Thank you. Furthermore, Uganda's strategic location at the crossroads of East and Central Africa position, it is a gateway to a market of over 500 million people. With the entry of Somalia, a growing middle class and increasing consumer demand, the opportunities to profitable investments are very vast. Your Excellency, because of your efforts, results keep coming in. Uganda has in this and the past year won the following awards. 1, award for the best investment catalyst in the world, Go Global Awards in Rhode Island, USA 2023. We are doing very well for sure. Third most rewarding economy to invest in Africa, the most attractive economy to invest in East Africa. And this is from Oxford Economics 2023. 3, best investment destination in East Africa, annual investment meeting awards Abu Dhabi in 2023. Five best tourist destination in the world. And Mr. President, this young girl, sorry, that lady, this morning was saying that actually our tourism is the attractions. We know, of course, you and me, we know. But the world is beginning now to appreciate that Uganda is the best to go if you want to do tourism. 6, top 10 in industrial development. This is African Development Bank, African Industrialization Index. 7, number 1 regional leader in capital markets growth. This has been given to us by ABS Africa Financial Markets Index 2022. Lastly, number 1 happiest country in the East African region. Let me repeat. Number 1 happiest country in the East African region. Then they gave us a happiest index score 2022. In conclusion, I extend again my invitation to all investors to explore the vast potential that Uganda offers. The government, alongside the Uganda Investment Authority, is committed to providing the necessary support and creating an enabling environment for your businesses to thrive. Together, let us embark on a journey of shared prosperity, mutual growth, and a brighter future for Uganda. Mr. President, again, as we were talking this morning, something came which I would like you to comment about. The issue of corrupted officers. The issue of corrupted officials. Somebody came and whispered to me just before you came and said, Minister, if we hadn't at assessment by Uganda Revenue Authority, in order for them to do what the customer wants, you have to look for something what we call kitu kidogo. Equally, if you want a power connection, again, if you don't do that, you may take 1 year before you get a connection. Mr. President, this thing has been hurting me. I don't sleep. I am looking for money. I am abused by colleagues that I'm not giving them money. When I give money, people do not use it for the purpose for which it has been given. We shall discuss later on, even in private meetings. But the question of corruption, Mr. President, is getting the nerves of some of us. It is really very terrible. We really must whip. We must crack. We must track. Those fellows who are doing those things, they should not be in our government. They shouldn't be in our government at all. You are a clean man, I'm a clean man, others also clean men and women. We work so hard. We worked hard to bring this country to where it is now. And people want to derail us, to take our country into wars unnecessarily. You know, I can quarrel badly, Mr. President, so you'll excuse me. When I get annoyed, I get annoyed. Now it is my pleasure, sir, to ask you to address the gathering. Thank you.
honorable ministers, the public servants, the investors. This is a good meeting because the investors from outside and from within Uganda get together with the ministers and the public servants. You should therefore be able to bring up all issues and resolve them. This is a very good forum because it brings all the stakeholders together. The investment atmosphere in Uganda starts with the raw materials. That's where you start. The raw materials are in the following areas. Number one, commercial agriculture. Where mainly the Ugandans produce agricultural products that need processing. And as we talk to even today, we have got many candidates for processing. Coffee, fruits, cereals like maize, cassava, bananas, Irish potatoes, cotton and cotton products, beef, animal products like milk, leather, and so on. So therefore, this is one cluster of opportunity to add value to all those. And there are some sectors which are good examples. If you take the sector of milk, where I have been involved since the 1960s, when I was a student leader mobilizing the people in Ankole to get out of lack of money, because they had land, they had cows, but no money. And that's when we started that campaign in the 1960s. Now, among the investors here, how many of you are in the milk sector? Do we have some people in the milk sector? Here, come here. In the processing. Come on the microphone there. On the platform. Because I want to prove to you that you can introduce yourselves and you say what you are doing quickly, each one.
Good afternoon, Your Excellency. My name is Mohammed Hussein. We have a factory in Namamvi. It's the first factory in East Africa to manufacture milk cooler. Milk cooler tank for cooling milk.
The equipment.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Go and sit down.
Good afternoon, Mr. President. My name is Amsings Richard Kachuma. From GBK Dairy Products, we process UHT called Classic.
Kachuma.
Yes, please.
How many liters are you processing today?
We are at 70,000 liters daily.
How many?
70,000 liters to 100,000.
100,000 per day. Liters?
Yes, please.
Thank you. And that Kachuma, is that yourself Kachuma or you are the son?
I'm the son.
The son. That Kachuma is from the village. Kachuma kana argai. Kachuma wawo ningai.
Bubari Kashari.
Bubari Kashari. Now a man that is the son of the owner. Okay, go and sit down.
Your Excellency, my name is Rosemary Navimanya. I'm from Nakaseke, Ngoma Sub-County. We are collecting milk and we are processing 1,000 liters, but looking forward to process 100,000 liters.
Processing it into what?
We are processing yogurt and ghee.
Into yogurt and ghee?
Yes, sir. And we have a challenge of infrastructure, Your Excellency, and also market access. We are requesting you to have a factory in Nakaseke because you promised us and we are part of that region. We have experience and we request you to help us to have a factory in Nakaseke because we have a challenge of milk and infrastructure, network, and also roads. Our roads are bad. We thank you, Your Excellency.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. My name is Richard Mhanji. My company is called Mhanji Dairy Farm Limited. We process 3 products at Kamshoko Kashari, Ambara District. We process yogurt, cheese, and UHT milk. We export UHT milk to Kenya, apparently, and the other products are mainly sold in Uganda.
Very good.
Your Excellency, my name is Theodora Marimo. I am the Chief Executive of Amos Dairies. Amos Dairies.
Amos?
Yes. We are based in...
the other factory near Yantonde?
Yes.
Okay. How many liters?
We are processing an average of 350 to 500,000 liters.
300,000 per day?
Yes.
And you export to the U.S.?
90% of our production is for export, and we export, yes, to the U.S. and to other countries like Japan, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, and East Africa.
Thank you.
Your Excellency,
those who are finished can go and sit down. Those who are
I'm called Centenary Gloria, representing young farmers. I'm engaged in livestock farming. I'm farming goats, sheep, cows, and I have an apiary. I'm in Gomba, Chigezi, Madu. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Your Excellency, my name is Stephen Birungi. I'm from Alpha San, Uganda, together with your sister, Professor Kawa. We are enabling the dairy sector by producing the anti-tick vaccine, which is ravaging the dairy sector.
Thank you so much.
Your Excellency, I'm Professor Kant Kanyarsoke.
Professor?
Kant Kanyarsoke. I'm perhaps the only one. I'm an expert in solar energy engineering, and I'm perhaps the only one using solar energy entirely on processing on a small scale.
Where?
Deep in the villages in the Kegegwa district.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Okay.
You're processing what?
I process milk, okay, into ghee, into decreamed milk, which I pack also. I process and other things. I'll stop there. But I use entirely solar energy.
Thank you, thank you. So now, this is one example. You all see they are quite successful. The only one who has got problem is Nabimanya, because she's from Ngoma. Ngoma, there is no road. The road is not yet tarmac from Ruero through Chiwoko, Butarangwa, Ngoma, Buriamisenyi. That road we have not tarmacked. But the others are doing very well, as you can hear. So this is one just example. The milk sector started with zero. When we came into government, 1986, you were importing milk for the towns from Denmark, powdered milk. But Uganda now is producing 5 billion liters of milk a year. And much of it is being processed, as you can hear. Some of the companies are not here. These were just random, the ones who happen to be here. So, therefore, now about fish. Who are the people in fish? No, I will come to fish later. Just hold on. I'll come to fish later. So, therefore, you can see what we told you in 1986. The 10-point programs of the NRM. Vertical integration. You produce a raw material, you process it until it reaches the final stage. I was still on commercial agriculture. How about fruits? Do you have some examples in the fruits who are here? Come, if you have something about fruits. Introduce yourself and say what you are doing.
Yes. Good afternoon. This is Muhammad Sheikh from Afro Project and Investment, ABI. We do agro-process, we do dry fruit. We add an additional value for pineapple, for banana, jackfruit, and many other fruits from fresh to be dry so we can export all over the world.
Where is your factory?
Luero.
Luero where?
Exactly, Luero town itself, industrial area.
Okay.
Okay.
Sit down.
Good afternoon. I'm by the name Sansa Lilian, CEO Ramona Ocean Enterprises, and we are processing fruits into fruit juices, jam, and we are drying.
Where? Your factory?
Busoga, Ginger. And especially drying jackfruit.
Ginger where?
Buwekula.
In Ginger town?
Ginger City.
Okay. I am behind the news. See the inti Ginger yafuka ira city. Ze nchale mere ombieira Yajinja town. Very sorry. Amaina, your name?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm by the name is Lilian Sansa.
Lilian?
Sansa. S-A-N-S.
Sansa.
Yes.
Ishansha. Kale mchari Ishansha. Gendo Ture.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Excellent, I'm called Patrick Ogwal, Director of Beb Wine Company Limited, located at Lira. We are making
Atira.
Lira.
Lira.
Lira. Yes, we are making Beb alcoholic fermented beverage from lemon juice.
You are making from?
Lemon juice.
Lemon juice?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Annette Butesi. I add value to jackfruit, and right now I have a jackfruit seed powder, which we can use as a beverage and also use as porridge, and also can be used for other types of food, like maybe make a sauce.
Where?
I am privileged to be under incubation at Narrow Kawanda. I use their machinery.
Where?
Narrow Kawanda.
Narrow Kawanda, okay.
Yes.
My name is Emmanuel Ajedra. I process pulp and juices. Mangoes, mango pulp, tamarind, lemon, and hibiscus juices from Arua City. Thank you.
My name is Nakayenga Regina of Rena Beverage Solutions. I process hibiscus juice, hibiscus tea bags, hibiscus seed coffee, mpirivuma coffee, okra coffee, and rosemary powder. I do it from Chireka. That's where my factory is.
Your Excellency, my name is Apollo Segawa. I run Chirad Agribusiness Incubator. We process mangoes in Kapeka. We process and dry fruits in Namamve. And we process pulps in 20-liter drums that are available for those who are bottling juice. We also dry fruit for exports. And we support entrepreneurs and SMEs in the fruit value chain.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. And by the names of Adela Echalkunda, I'm adding value to avocados. In Uganda, we have a lot of avocados, and at peak time, usually these avocados are wasted. So I'm turning these avocados into oil that can be stored. I'm requesting for government help to package it very well so that we can export it. I am sure it can outcompete olive oil. We don't have olives in Uganda, but we have a lot of avocado that is very valuable. Thank you so much.
Okorerawa.
Nkolera Mukono Nakabago. Thank you, Your Excellency.
Nakabango.
Nakabago Mukono District.
Where?
Nakabago Mukono District.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
Your Excellency, I'm Mrs. Prudence Okunika, the proprietor of Keroma, the producers of better wine and better juices, the best in the whole world. Your Excellency, you are my witness. Wherever you go, you find I'm there. I do my research. When they tell me you are going to Vietnam, I reach there before you. When they say you are going to Italy, I reach there before you.
Or better.
Better wine. Better juice.
Better wine, yes. Okorera Mukono. No okorera Mukono.
Nikolera Chiramrawa, but Honorable Anita gave me land in Namanve. Konga, Your Excellency. Nyonde nangu kusinka nenku gambire byanje byona.
Kale. Kale better wine.
Abokwebyanje tebiraweerawo hanuya.
Kale.
Good afternoon, Your Excellency. My name is Simon Ojwata from Maimo Organics. We deal in dried fruits. We process mainly mangoes and apple banana, that is sukali ndizi.
Where?
We are based in Birabujuko, Wakiso district, sir.
Rubowa?
No, Wakiso.
Wakiso wa?
Yes, Birabujuko.
Okay.
Yes, we are looking for capacity. Thank you, sir.
Sit down.
Nze nkola hibiscus juice, nenkola omukoge, era nkola kawa owa okra, ow'empirivuma ne avocado oil. Tuyina avocado mungi mu ggwanga naye nga tubadde tumwonoona, naye ensigo eza avocado tuzikolamu kawa ng'alongoosa ekibumba kyaffe. Era mu avocado
okolera wa maama?
Nze nkolera Lweza Kajjansi.
Nkale mwebale.
His Excellency amanya nze Ssentongo Brian nga tukola kumbucha okuva mu nnanansi.
Okay, thank you.
Nkola sabula alokakoliki kumbucha.
Kale.
Your Excellency, my name is Humuza Emmanuel. I'm CEO of Buganda Kombucha. We make Buganda Kombucha through banana juice and tea and jinga. Nkolera Masanafu Ganda Chabagulodi.
Thank you.
Your Excellency, my name is Yasser Ahmed. We are processing 3,000 metric tons of mango pulp in Kawempe, Tula. And if we have more quantity, we can process more.
You can per day?
No, per annum, because it is not available.
Okay.
So if we have more quantity, we are ready to process.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Excellency, my name is Mahmoud Huda from Mayre Estates.
From?
Mayre Estates in
Gayaza. Yes.
We have been farming vegetables and fruits in Mayre since 1956, and we are now retooling the company to work with our Serbian brothers to do tinning of fresh pineapple and to do processing of chilies into pulp and into chopped chilies for the retail restaurants across the world. Thank you.
Your Excellency, my name is Abdulati Al-Yalta. I'm the CEO of Britannia and Light Industry. We process different kind of fruit where we buy the fresh fruit from the farmers and we process them ourselves, such as mango, where we process Piranam almost 3,000 metric ton of fruit. From passion, we process almost 400,000 metric ton, 40,000 metric ton Piranam, and tomato, almost 440,000 metric ton Piranam as well. And we are processing different.
You make juices and what? You make juices and what else?
Yes, we make juices, we make tomato sauce, but we buy the fruit from the farmers and we process them ourselves, and also we support the pulp suppliers like KK Tropical, like the Soroti Fruit Tropical, and we also import from Kenya, from Tanzania, because of the availability.
Thank you.
If you allow me, please, 3 weeks ago I attended the event when you launched KK Fruit, and you guided us about supporting the farmers, and using your guidance, Honorable Minister Anita has supported us, and we need more support to grow with the farmers, and we are willing to support the agriculture sector, and we support.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Your Excellency. I am by the names of Barasa Joel.
Your name?
Barasa Joel, representing Nengojo Organics. We do dried fruit processing pineapple, jackfruit, and plantain for export with a capacity of about 300.
Where do you do it?
Zimbabwe. We are located in Zimbabwe, Luwero district.
Zimbabwe. Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Good afternoon, Your Excellency. I am Anena Angela Kidega, the proprietor of Dela Wheels Enterprises.
Of what?
Yeah, competitor here, Dela. Dela, not Bella. I produce Dela wines made out of hibiscus, made out of tamarind, made out of banana. I work for Nwoya District Local Government as a senior Greek officer. I wish to be...
Where do you work?
Nwoya District Local Government.
Nwoya.
Yes, but I operate in Nwoya, Gulu, and Nigeria. I have a shop in Nigeria to Central Market. I wish to be a bridge where I provide market. I avoid the middlemen among the farmers. But also look forward to establishing
factory tie kwene.
Dukan.
Factory tie kwene.
Factory tie Gulu Iyagwe.
Near Gulu.
Yes, in Gulu City.
Apoyo Rubanga.
But I wish to establish the first ever technology transfer center in the northern. Thank you.
Thank you.
Apoyo.
Your Excellency.
We are speaking our language. These people don't know our language. But I make up to a man you but yao.
Your Excellency, my name is Jimmy Wesiga. I am the proprietor and CEO of Gold Seed International. It's a seed company in the value chain of fruit production. For us, we concentrate on producing Nkolera Soroti Neruero, producing seedlings. Zabalimi.
Thank you.
Okay.
Your Excellency, my name is Sendage Ambere. I'm based at Makerere University Food Science Incubation Center. We are producing fruits, all of type of fruits, biscuit, and mango and cassava. I'm one of the CCO of Food Incubation Center. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, those are enough.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor. My name is Arnold Ruavogo, and I work with Reco Industries Limited in Kasese.
What do you produce?
We produce fruits, juice fruits, beetroot, passion fruit concentrate, and dried fruits.
Very good.
In addition, we also make the best chili sauce in Uganda.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Your Excellency, please allow me call myself President Nagai Sophia in front of you. I'm the president of a big women group called Naja Women Health and Economic Empowerment Initiative. We are into empowering women, health, and wealth. We are making tomato sauce. We have outgrowers in Sironko district. They are here. They traveled all the way. They plant tomatoes in plenty. They supply to us. We make tomato sauce. And on that note, Your Excellency, we would like to get bigger machines for tomato sauce processing, coffee processing. And Your Excellency, I also had a big company called C Finance and Industries, where we finance people with small-scale factories. We are really in need of finance. We would like you to finance our organization. We are fully registered, licensed, and have bank accounts.
Okay,
I'd like to get your appointment, Your Excellency, to present my people. Thank you.
Okay, Mulembe.
Pardon?
Mulembe.
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 Uliena.
Actually, I'm a leader in Slonko, though I'm not from there. Myself, my origin is here in Wakiso. We make some things here in Kampala, but those was our outgrowers.
Very good, very good.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. My name is Namaganda Melissa from Native Beverages Limited. We add value to bananas to make native gold wine. Busukuma, Wakiso District.
Muduma.
Busukuma.
Busukuma.
Yes.
Thank you, Your Excellency. My name is Mwesiga Andrew. I'm representing our director. We also process fruits like mangoes, jackfruits, pineapples for export. We are located in Nakaseke Kapeka under the ocean industry.
Okay.
Oweekitiibwa President, amanya nze Haji Abubakari Serunkuma, musajjawo gw'omanyi obulungi ennyo wali mu Wakiso, nga nkolera mu kibuga Mityana, mutabani w'omugenzi Sulaiman Kiro Mwegayegaye, omulwanyi wo. Historical. Nkolera Mityana, nkola ekyokunywa kiyitibwa Ahu drinks, ate era n'ennyonga n'omutindo ku mmwanyi, akokunywa kayitibwa Safiri.
Ekyokunywa kijja mu ki?
Ekyokunywa kijja mu mmwanyi.
Okay. Kale.
Nsigadde nze Haji Ahu.
Your Excellency, my name is Odria, your son, the MP from Yumbe.
Oh yes, Adria.
Yes, sir. Your Excellency.
Ingonia.
Muke Award 4.
Award 4.
Your Excellency, we thank you for the support you extended to Aringa Fruit Farmers Cooperative. We now have a set mango factory with the capacity of producing 50-ton pulp per day.
How is it doing?
50,000 tons per day, but a test run has been done. We are taking off from the next season. That's from May, Your Excellency.
Okay.
Your Excellency, secondly, as you know, in the Western region, I've been the biggest fruit seedling producer.
I know your problems. I know them.
Your Excellency.
Okay.
I'm waiting to hear from you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
His Excellency, my name is Barry Kudembe Joseph, CEO KDB Chalenga Wines SMC Uganda Limited. His Excellency, tukolera Busukuma Chiwenda. Tukwata amatoke n'omuwemba ne tukola product gye bayita KDB Chalenga Tonto.
Nimukola ki?
Tukola tonto.
Mo?
Tonto.
Tonto.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, yeah.
You can preserve tonto for a long time.
Yes, sir.
Amarwan mugahangaza gamaro mwanyi. Nomayori nyankole.
Yes, sir.
Oyogala limichi.
Ndio mukiga.
Olukiga nakubuuza. Ntamarwa numugahangaza. Okuguma gatashisikeire.
His Excellency nitugahangaza gamara umwaka.
Umwaka?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How do you preserve it? Amarwa numugahangaza mutamuki.
Tune preservative ezizo kubasokozesa potassium sorbate.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Your Excellency, my name is Choncho Daffin, the Vice President for Kombucha Manufacturers Association of Uganda. I make an alcoholic kombucha called Lesis from pineapples.
You make?
An alcoholic kombucha from pineapple juice.
Omunanasi?
Yes.
Okay.
Nebaneta chichonjo. Omukataba katwine ebizibu bite bitukwataho nk'aba kombucha. Wano nyikiriza nkasigire Honorable Anita Monge.
Kale.
Ot considering webale sebo.
Ogot Anita Monge ogo nijo Anita.
His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, called Muyingo Nuh from Mityana, producing a drink known as Anko Kombucha. We mix tea, sugar, lemon, and ginger. I salute you, sir.
Thank you. Welcome, Serikali.
Yes, sir.
Wawumula.
Yes, sir.
Wali Majedi.
I was a Giso in Mitiana.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
His Excellency amazina mbanyeta arhomozesi ni ndegab shenyi ni nkorecho kunywa mbacheta chituzu drink.
Ochi omunchi.
His Excellency echo kunywa ni kwatena nansi ntabrama majani agachinyansi kandi ngarukanteka mu chituzi echikurga Asia echi abachara babembachira kuteko mu maju konka tukachibisamu twashara mu kuchimaintaininga chikazo mu chupa chikaba pakti bakachenjoyinga abashija n'abachara bona.
Kale, thank you.
His Excellency cha muheru tinkumanya ukundi na spending emyezi 3 ndukurota ngunimba nkwine so nani nshabe chishani chawe His Excellency ubunde biroto bikandi ko omukazi ari kuteka ngungwirira His Excellency abo kuba abakungwa abandi abakama mbakunda kuteza n'abarkwera ikobundi bakunda kuteza litebishani
nija kukweta twaheza naweza
webare His Excellency.
Now you can go and sit down where you come from. Go and sit down. Now the fish processors, if they are there.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I'm Simon Kamanya Alex. I come from Kaliro district. I'm a fish farmer. I'm promoting fish farming. We are adding value in fish. We get fish from our farmers. We add value using the narrow cancer-free machine. That is a new innovation. We process 4 tons per day.
Okay.
Mzee Njwa Ikaliro era obeho tukusaba otongere support kuba ati ane kizibu kyetulina kyo abalimi baisu tubali kusobola kutuha benyanza kuba babula hachare ekyaluliziyo kyemusobola kuzalisirya benyanza
bataka hachare
bataka kyaluliziyo kyebenyanza hachare Your Excellency nemere erisya.
Okay, wherever you know.
Kale, Your Excellency, thank you so much.
Wherever you kusa.
Your Excellency, sir, my name is Dennis Agaba. I manufacture fish sausages.
Okay, something out of fish.
Yes, fish sausages are a suitable alternative to red meat protein content.
Okay, where is your factory?
Your Excellency, I'm building a factory in Chitetika on Gayaza Road.
Mtiana Road?
Chitetika, Gayaza Road.
Gayaza, okay.
But one thing, Your Excellency, the book of Ecclesiastes says, when you meet a king, what one word would you tell him? Your Excellency, I am stuck at the factory level. I need a grant, not a loan, to scale up my production, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Oweekitiibwa President, amanya n'eddoboozi Harriet Kamya, nva mu Uganda Small Scale Industries Association as a member. Ate nga ndi mulimi. Oweekitiibwa ndi mu textile also era ndi mu fishing.
Okolera wa?
Oweekitiibwa nkolera mukono nakizuula nga neetaaga ettaka ne ngula ettaka emukono. Naye Oweekitiibwa nina amaato agavuba mukene oyo muvuba ne mwanika ne musola dryinga ne mu parkinga ne mudyoka mutunda. Era ekyokubiri Oweekitiibwa President, ffe ng'aba Uganda Small Scale Industries Association tulina capacity ey'aba trainers tusobola okutendeka abaana kubanga mu textile we nagendayo nga ndi mutendesi n'ekizuula nti abantu baawo tebalina butimba bwa nsiri balakinga life jackets n'enkwata communities nemba nga nsobola obatendeka okola life jackets okola obutimba ate nga bwe tuvuba
So owekitiibwa president, ffe abamuyuziya tetwetaaga ssente naye tulina amagezi, twetaaga ebyuma. Ebyuma bw'obituwa tuba tusobola okuproducinga ne tulyemala ne tukusaba akatale. Ssebo waliwo abalina amagezi wano nga tebeetaaga ssente naye nga beetaaga byuma. Owekitiibwa president neeyanziza nnyo nkolera ku olw'ekatosi empunge ku mwalo ogw'empunge gye nagula ettaka ssebo.
Kale.
Yes, ssebo.
Naye ebyuma byetaaga ssente.
Ebyuma byetaaga ssente owekitiibwa naye there are lots of areas where we can access those machines.
Kale.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, His Excellency. I'm called Kitali Destiny. I'm representing Chiyindi Fish Processors Association in Buikwe District. We process silver fish and also fish like catfish, Nile perch, and tilapia.
You have got a factory?
No. We have a small scale industry.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. My name is Akoramazma Miriam Kataka. I process baby porridge products. Now, in our baby porridge products, we do highly nutritious porridge flour. And in it, we process silver fish and sprat fish. We blend it with cereals like soya, millet, rice, and oats. So we enrich the baby products. Ninkorera nakaukanho ndio ninyombeka factory, but I partner with around 84 women from Churuhura and Rubili's districts. They are our outgrowers for soya and millet. Your Excellency, we request for your support so that we can support those village women and give a ready market for their produce. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, finally, the other friend.
Mr. President, Your Excellency, my name is Philip Borrell. I'm the MD and owner of a company called Greenfields Uganda Limited. Our factory is located in the town where you live, called Entebbe.
Is located where?
In Entebbe, industrial area, Entebbe.
Okay.
We were the first fish factory to export fish products to Europe. That was early March 1989. We pioneered almost at the same time that you were setting up a government factory in Jinja under the name of UFEL. From that time, where we sent half a ton to Europe, and now fish has become the second export earner or agricultural export earner of Uganda, since gold now has overtaken both coffee and fish.
How much is your factory exporting now per year?
We actually process about 4,500 tons of raw material, which translates into about 2,800 tons of fish fillets. And I'm the founding chairman of Uganda Fish Processors and Exporters Association.
How many tons per year do you export?
About 2,500 tons.
And how much is that in money terms?
You multiply roughly by an average of $5. So you're talking about, say, more than $7 million, yeah.
Okay. Now, are you still having a problem of raw materials?
We discussed that thoroughly with you in the PIRT, third cycle. We are still having a problem of raw material. We know that the Fisheries Protection Unit has done a really commendable job, but we still have a lot of progress to do.
Okay.
Mr. President,
yes.
I would like to bring your attention to the fact that this country has basically only exported Nile perch to international markets. We have a potential, and the resource of Nile perch that is processed yearly is about 50,000 tons at most. We have a potential in this country to export fillets of tilapia, provided we develop aquaculture. And when I talk about aquaculture, the government objective is 1 million tons of production per annum. So we can easily triple or quadruple the current exports to international markets if we promote the development of fish farming, particularly of fish farming and aquaculture.
Of tilapia?
Of tilapia in particular, because that fish has an international market.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Hello. Now, I just wanted to use those 3 examples to show you what can be done. The example of milk, fruits, is to guide the Ministry of industries, because you see many of these are under the heading of industry, Makorero. If the ministry could capture all these people so that we give them support, because these are not very difficult to support. But somehow, like for instance, Mama Bella Wine, I normally meet her on a show, and then I hand her to my people, because that one I wanted to support her directly myself. So, but there is a better way. The better way is the way of UDB. Is the Why did they not come?
Your Excellency, we did invite them. They had a representative. I don't know where he has gone, but Patricia and the team, they were in the field.
So therefore, the work here is by Honorable Bahati. Bahati, you come and stand there so that they see you. You see these people, commercial agriculture, just a few examples. And you see how much potential they have. So, what is the problem? As where to sell this product? Because that's what is crucial. Has got a market within Uganda and in the region, and to support them. And even if we don't have enough money, we can support 20 this year, 20 the next year, like that. We put them on a list so that we support them, because these people are ready. They are ready to add value. I therefore direct you to get a list of all these people who have come, and the ones who have not come, find a way of these people reporting. Okay. Where do they report? If I want to do something, where do I go? If I've already some proof that I can do this, I can do this, I can do this, and it has got a market, where do I report?
Your Excellency, we are going to follow up on this. They can report to our ministry, which is at farmers.
Ministry, they will begin up tower and they will come.
We will find a mechanism. We'll find a mechanism, Your Excellency, of reaching them.
What if omuntu oyo gwe bayita cow alina mugaso ki? Kulwaki temweyanjira ewa cow oyo cow yaba aleeta amanya gammwe in the ministry? Cow abo ba cow bwe mbayita ne mbalagira, I think they can do that connection role. Mulowooza mutya? Mukirowoozeko.
Your Excellency, some of them have associations. You have associations, so we can reach you through your associations.
But how do you know them? Because they are here, you don't know them.
Your Excellency, most of them are registered their associations, small medium associations.
So
they have federations, so we can have a mechanism.
So you put a contact point at the ministry, which is well known and announced in the radio and at the registration center, but also at the cow. The cow should be told, so that we capture this movement of people who want to add value, but they are stuck.
Okay, sir.
Okay? So sit down. Now, we saw a small example of commercial agriculture, just 3 examples: dairy, fruits, fish. Then we can go to minerals ziriyo. Then we go to forest products. Therefore, when we are talking of investment, we are talking of linking the processors with the raw material producers and the manufacturing. The manufacturers link with the raw material producers. Now, apart from commercial agriculture and the mining sector, then you go to the services sector. Services. Hotels, transport, professional services, health, all those are services. Those also need a clear channel. But all of them, are they not all under industry? Services, Ziguawa, who looks after services? I know hotels are hotels, but when I'm a beginner, where do I start from?
Your Excellency, services.
UIA, Uganda Investment Authority. Where are you? Who handles services? Transport, hotels. I want to start. Where do I go?
So we run the one-stop center that registers them as companies.
The what?
They get registered as companies, they get investment license, and then they go ahead and do the work.
They get registered where?
URSB, Uganda Registration Service Bureau.
And where are those?
They are all here. The one-stop center where there is Uganda registration services, there is standards people, there is NEMA. So they get all those certificates under the one-stop center.
Of UIA?
Under Uganda Investment Authority, Your Excellency.
But those ones, I think in terms of these people, what are they saying? Mugamba chi?
His Excellency, I think this is also a service. And Vanyetacho Mwendo Flavia, we are mechanics from 2 miles garages. We train the young youth.
Oh?
Training bamakanika abojobato, okukanika emotoka, okukora repairs.
That is artisanship.
Yes.
It's a service also.
Yes. And we also do poultry keeping.
Okay, that's part of agriculture, but I want to see how to. So who can help you?
Good afternoon, Your Excellency. My name is Kajingo, and I was elected by the professional services sector to represent them at the private sector foundation. So, and it includes architects, lawyers, communicators, members of the Public Relations Association, media, women in media, surveyors, about 15 associations, and they are all registered.
We may not be able to help all those, but there are some.
The hoteliers are organized in the Association of Uganda Hotel Owners
You
Association.
need to sit down with the Minister, Anite,
Yes, sir.
and you discuss, because we may not be able to help all those. We don't want to touch too many things. But you can sit down with Anite and we see how to help those, especially like the artisanship and so on. Because artisanship should be under Myoga. Sit down and see where they can help you best.
His Excellency, you asked.
Mushkame muganire na Anite, muje mutereza amagizo okutora abayambe.
Okay, thank you so much.
Then the other one is the area of ICT. But let's concentrate on agriculture and manufacturing. Because those ones, we already have a line of supporting them. We have money in UDB, we have money in PDM, and we can really support those. So what I would like to advise is that muleke okukonesa byemukola na bana ba government. Don't undercook what you are doing. Because the milk sector, the one I gave you the example, because I was involved in that myself from 1960, I could say from 1960, when I was just a young boy. To teach the Banyankore how to look at milk as a cash product, not only okukorera ekida kyonka like the Bagwere say. So once I woke them up, when we came from the bush, they started going from the indigenous cows to the dairy cows, and then the milk was too much. So that's how we started attracting those new factories. Like the factories of powdered milk, like the one of Amos Dairy, which was producing other things. So, with the milk now, the whole chain is organized. It's only in a few cases like the other guy who was saying the road to their area, Ngoma, is bad, but that's one side. But others are moving very well. So similarly, if it is like fruits, like now you heard Yasir saying that he has got the factory, but the fruits are not enough. They would like more fruits. But you remember, Yasir, I was asking you when we were in the other place, Kakoge. I was asking the boy who was there. And I was saying, if I grow 1 acre of mangoes, how much do I earn in a year? The other boy who was there here, the boy of Kakoge, do you have the answer? Huh? Come and tell us. Because now you can now see the connoisseur. The connoisseur which is here. The food is there, but it is half cooked.
Your Excellency, 60 million shilling.
60?
Yeah.
Yes. Now you hear that. Sit down, sit down. Now you hear, when we were in Kakoge, there's a group of young people there who have put a factory there, and this Yasir has got a big factory here in Kawempe. You know me, I am always on Chibaro. Ebyokutomera sitomera n'obuyekera nabwo nasooka ne mbubalamu ekibalo. Kubanga nabalamu nti aba UPC bano tugenda kubakuba. Ne mbagamba nti bannange bwe mba temwefuze bulungi ngenda mu nsiko. Bo ne baseka bali balowooza nti muzannyo. Naye ekibalo nali maze kukibala. The kibalo kyamaanyi naye kisoboka. So I cannot encourage my people to do something ekitali mu kibalo. So with the fruits, we are sure that even with 1 acre, because when we were in Kakoge, we calculated that you plant about 120 trees of mangoes, and each year you will get 60 million shillings from 1 acre. So therefore, that chain should be completely linked. Factory linked with the farming, so that the factory has got enough raw materials and the farmers have enough money. So therefore, this is what I would like this ministry of, for instance, of Bahati, this is what they should be doing. They should go backwards and make sure that they create enough farmers working with agriculture to be able to support this factory. Now, you had Amos Dairy, one of the dairy factories, the one near the Antonde. She was telling you that in 1 day, they process 500,000 liters. In 1 day, 500,000 liters. When we came into the government, ka factory kamwe aka government akali wano Bugorobi, it was processing only 50,000 liters. Nembagamba tikano tikali na makulu. Emitwalo 5 yokka. So I want you to do what we have already done in the milk sector. Full linkage. Farm to factory, factory to market. That's what we should be, this ministry should be doing. The Uganda Investment Authority, don't just sit there registering. You are not a census officer. Sikumaraga wandika nti bawandise to register. No, follow up. If a man has got a factory of juice, does he have enough raw materials? If he doesn't, then what are you doing? What investment promotion are you doing? So then you work with agriculture. Now, these ones here, but I want to know all these people. For instance, like Bella wine. Bella wine, is that red? Na orakavire. Bella wine arinkai. Zam zindaro hari. Guria. Ni mtinangu atampika akantamunugo. Because she's angry that she has not been attended to. Ayinza kuntugira wano. Ati Bella obusente bw'orukwenda kukola factory yawe ninkazingai.
Your Excellency, nangwa tinende sente. Tindende ngonkwase sente. Abo kwa nkatandika a business from my kitchen with 5 liters at 2,000. It is coming 24 years. I covered Uganda, I covered East Africa.
No yende byoma.
Timbiine.
No yende byoma.
Ndende byoma ndena ngo ijonta yaire.
Okay. Beto capital yorukwenda ku
nyote ndende center wo kwati nechizenda konkolera. Echinda shaba. Ndena ngo mukole research muri mu gunda kora abokuba echinda kwanda chikolera Uganda tera chikolera my family.
Okay.
Abokwanye chindenda ndenda support kujangu mukampara ndi
abokana yenda kutunga ekishani. Okuna kuyamba okahama. Iwe nka business kawe nkenda nkasente zingai.
Ati echoma cha juice chiletaga $120 US. $120,000 US.
120,000.
Echoma cha wine chiletaga $150,000 US. But apart from that, namanve you gave me land, I found it was water. I used 100 million to feed the water. Then it started encouraged by big people. Helped me to get it back. Okay. I had to put a perimeter wall, so all the money went in that.
Okay, so if your mabibiri nibiananka $400,000.
$500,000 kale.
Okay.
Oletaba na bakole wine barajetaga Italy ndaza kutunga word from Italy abwa nanka wine yinyine.
Kale rock na enough. Kale wewe no. So as you can hear, these investments, some of them don't need too much money. Because $500,000, that means with the money we have put, how much money did we put in UDB this year? How much money did we put in UDB? Let me come back. How many did we put in UDB this year?
Your Excellency, we have given them additional capital of 100 billion, and we are adding on 600 billion.
So in 1 year?
700 billion.
Yeah, billion.
Yes, sir.
700 billion shillings is like $250 million.
Yes, Your Excellency, it's 200. We are going to give them a total of $230 million.
So, in 1 year, the money we are giving UDB to help you people, sit down, is $230 million. So, if we are to help people like Bella with 500,000, how many factories are those? And next year, we add another group. Next year, we add another group. So the problem is not money. The problem is organization and linkage. Because each year, $230 million through UDB. And you take small investments like this one here of 500,000. In 1 million, you handle two factories. In 10 million, you handle 20. In 100 million, you handle 200. So, and this is 1 year. So please, munkoze bulungi to call me here so that ngeze ko kubalungamia, because you are now the money is there. Money is not a problem, which is the linkage. Now, once you handle the issue of money, which I will talk again about a little later, then the other issue is infrastructure. The government is handling that. The people who are here, many of them are not talking about infrastructure. The ones from Barara, the ones from Jinja, the electricity is there, the roads are there. The ones from Mitiana, the only one who was talking about infrastructure was Nabimanya from Ngoma. Oyachali, Murukora. 1 million, 120. 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 1 But that's one area. But the other areas, the infrastructure is there, and we are working on it. You heard what they were reporting, the electricity, the charges. The other man of the electricity, 5 cents. Where are we now? The one of the 5 cents for the big...
Your Excellency, we are now at 5.7 US cents for manufacturers who are able to grow demand.
For the big ones?
Yes, Your Excellency. Your Excellency, the likes of Bella Wine, we have small commercial who are 16.73, but we are cleaning
16 what?
16.7 cents, but we are cleaning the category such that we classify the value addition customers away from other small commercial who are not doing. So once this is done, then we should be able to target those who are in
they are now mixing up ab'obukololo obutono bakyakwataganya n'ababaara ab'ebikeesa. Don't do that. The processors temukwataganya ab'ebikeesa sifaayo basasule kyetaagisa naye the processors must be separated completely.
Yes, Your Excellency.
So, the infrastructure, I would like the investment authority, the Eliewaffe Mcharo, omwawule tumuyita musumba nti omusumba oyo asumba fe endiga nti fe tuli ndiga, omuliisa w'entaama kati bw'obeera omusumba n'osumba endiga olina okumanya byonna ebikwata ku ndiga. Ziridde zinywedde amazzi zikomyewo mu kiraalo gwe mulimo gw'omusumba. The work of the musumba is to follow up everything, not just to register. Sikumala gawandiika nti nabawandiika. Omuddo guli gutya. So, sit down, but please. Now, once we finish infrastructure, we now go to the market. The market, omuyiya, you the investor, you are the one to first tell us ntekintu kino kirina akatale kubanga tuyinza butakimanya. Nga nze nyinza butamanya tonto kubanga nze sinywa mwenge. Kati oli omusajja wa tonto tagamba nti Museveni tafuddeyo kubanga ebya tonto nze sibimanyi. Kati oli omusajja yalina okutawaana n'amanya nti waliwo akatale ka tonto. So there the omuyiya yalina okutukulembera. Naye ffe twamala dda okkiriziganya n'abanaffe bwe twava mu nsiko bwe tuti ne tutandikirawo akatale kamwe ka East Africa kaali kasasise Idi Amin yakamenya naye twatuukirira abazeeyi Mzee Moi Mzee Hassan Mwinyi akatale ka East Africa ne tukakomyawo abasatu oluvannyuma abalala batwegatako Rwanda, Burundi, South Sudan, Congo na wakati huyo Somalia naye ayingidde n'olwekyo akatale weekali. And the one of Africa akonako weekali nebweru. So the market is there. Okujjako gwe olina okubala ekibalo n'otukulembera n'otugamba nti mu biti eby'obutale ebiriwo tonto wange bagenda kumunywa wano nawali tonto bani abagenda kumugula abakatale ka Uganda, abakatale ka East Africa, abakatale ka Africa oba ne Bulaya tonto bamwetaaga. Now land waliwo amataka aga gavumenti. We have got industrial parks. Abiri mu Uganda yonna. Who can tell us about the industrial parks? Why don't you talk about them?
Yes, Your Excellency, you did direct us at the beginning of this term of your government that we should establish 25 industrial parks. So, Your Excellency, the local governments have given us land for all these 25 industrial parks, and we have a blend of both government 100% owned industrial parks. Among them is Namamve Industrial Park, Jinja Industrial Park.
But those 22.
25, sir.
25.
Yes.
Sit down. Ebyo before amatawuni mulaba Namamve. Namamve kyali kibira. Naye kati Namamve efuuse site ng'Ejjinja. Bw'ogendayo olaba Namamve site. Site si ya maduuka, site ya makolero. N'olwekyo abaagala kukola ettaka lya industrial park eryo parks gyeriri ate eryo lya bwereere. We give free. N'olwekyo timwekwasa. Kati nabimanya ali ludawa owenakase owengoma Mzindalo kati nabimanya atuguddeko omusango n'agamba nti ewaffe engoma oluguudo teruyitika. Mbadde njagala kutandika factory yange naye engoma tetuukika. Kati awo nze we mugambira vaayo engoma ogende mu industrial park ya gavumenti ebyengoma birijja luvannyuma. Which is the nearest industrial park to Nakaseke? Kapeka.
Yes, sir.
Nabimanyi.
Yes, sir.
Kono nonda kubanga tetusobola kutuuka wonna omulundi gumu. Kati oba kubanga amasanyalazi gano ag'Ejjinja gatuuka Mbarara omwaka 1963 amasanyalaze g'Ejjinja gatuuka Mbarara eri mabega yonna ffe Mbarara tetwalina masanyalaze twalina akanaani katono kuva ku River Kagera yensonga mwalaba nti amakolero gasooka okujjula Jjinja amakolero gonna gali Jjinja kulwaki kubanga Jjinja yalina amasanyalaze amakolero ag'engoye ag'emitayimbwa gonna gali Jjinja nolwekyo si kyansonga nti ewaffe Nakaseke Engoma amasanyalaze teganatuuka genda mu kifo kya gavumenti ekiri okumpi naawe osabe ettaka eyo lema okuteekako amalemesa nti musooke mutwale amasanyalaze lwakitula tulutuukayo ddi lwakitula eryeyo mukyalo balunda mbuzi balunda nti ebyo bimala naye bwe mba njagala kukola ekolero jangu wano awali amasanyalaze ate awali ettaka lya gavumenti ery'obwereere wahora nabimanya ofulike oze Nakaseke oze Kapeeka bakweyitaka wahurira kali Rokostan.
Thank you so much.
Norwekyo ekyo kirema okuluyisa nti ewange enguuto ekyali mbi oba eri mbi namanve ettaka lya gavumenti jangu okolerawo Kapeeka waliwo amakolero ga gavumenti Mubende zone where is the industrial park Mubende zone Masaka zone
Mubende zone. I'm saying we were not able to secure land in Mubende zone because there was no public land in that area that they could avail to us. The one that they availed to us was a forest reserve, and therefore we were not able to go to encroach.
No, we are not going to take the forest reserve. We must get land.
Okay, sir.
Okay. Kati ebisembayo two last points kanzireyo ku kya ssente ssente si kizibu ekizibu kubanga mbanjulidde bwino wano bwino esente za UDB zokka omwaka gumu obukadde bwa $203 kati obukadde obwo buyinza kumira babera wine 5 bona netubasusulira bera wine 5,000 omwaka gumu. Okay, amakolero agamu geetaaga ssente nyingi. Oyinza kusanga agamu geetaaga miliyoni 10 za dola. Abo bagenda kumira babera 2 omuntu project emu naye si kyansonga kubanga zino 23 za mwaka gumu mu kisanja kyaffe kya NRM myaka 5 akawumbi n'ekitundu esente si kizibu, ekizibu nkwatagana. N'olwekyo njagala kukomenkereza olwaleero with a clearer nkwatagana from Bahati, njagala atulungamye bulungi tulagewa sikutulekawo bwe tuti. N'olwekyo esente weziri mu UDB. Ekyokubiri naye eza UDB ezibwe zeetaaga ebyapa simanyi ki. Ekyokubiri waliyo sente zetuweereza scientists. The money for the scientists gobi ziri meka mwaka guno aba science, kubanga abo bo tubaweereza buwi grant.
Your Excellency, so far balina mu budget bagenda kuweza bilioni 400.
400 billion.
Yes, sir.
That's about 160 million or something.
Yes, sir.
Katabo is sente nazo weziri zaba scientists. Like the other one of anti-tick vaccine. Oyo tugenda kumuwa sente. Sit down, Ramadan. Kati ne wabawo esente zaba musuga nsimbi abava bweru, FDI, foreign direct investment. Those ones, they are outsiders who have money there, but they are looking for opportunities here. Opportunities are what? Number one, raw materials. Number two, affordable labor. Number three, the market, this market here. So, what examples of FDI do we have here? Foreign direct investment. What examples are here who can come and give testimony? FDI, people from outside, come, one or two of you. Katabo, Bamujana Simbi, yensonga tuyita FDI, foreign direct investment. Alese senteze.
Good afternoon, Your Excellency. Gary Siegel, Managing Director for Wild Places. Foreign direct investment with safari lodges, tourism. Safari lodges and tourism. It's an invisible export, but it cuts across all these sectors.
The safari is where?
Safari lodges, Kidepo, Semliki, Brindi.
You are from which country?
I'm from South Africa. Jonathan and Pamela Wright are Canada. Jonathan is from Uganda.
Very good. So, that's one good. The lodges are already built?
The lodges have been built since 1996. We started in Tourism Liki Game Reserve, and then we've also got
this is the other young boy who had...
Jonathan Wright.
The one who had the father who was in Tororo?
Correct, sir.
You are the one?
No, I'm the managing director for the company.
Okay. Thank you. Some other examples?
Your Excellency, good afternoon. My name is Omido Mary. I'm the CEO of Woodcross Resources. We're a UAE investment company we have recently commissioned a refinery for tin in Ruti Barara, where we refine tin to a grade of 99.99%.
A routine, 14.
14, correct.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Katabo bamujana sente. Mbalabi. Bamujana sente.
Your Excellency, my name is Pablo Zhang, Chairman of Tentang Group and the Mbali Industrial Park.
Okay, yeah, the Mugaga. It's called Mugaga. Share. Bye. Bye.
Mzee, you know, I'm living in Uganda 22 years. I make all the money I investment in this country.
Very good.
Because you give a best environment to investor. Why Bali? No. You know, Mubali Industrial Park. Now we got 40 investors. This means 40 factories. 21st August, you're there. We only give 2,000 jobs out for our children.
Very good.
Today, more than 5,000 children got a job.
Thank you.
Next year, more than 70 factories sit up.
Thank you.
No.
Thank you.
Your Excellency, I'm called Tawfiq Ali. I'm the factory manager for the company called Go Cylinders. We are from Qatar. We manufacture LPG gas cylinders.
Okay.
We manufacture air compressors. We manufacture solar water heaters.
Thank you.
We are located in Luero, Bombo, and Nembwa.
Thank you.
My name is Ivan Lumala. I am from Uganda, but I'm from the diaspora. Worked at for Microsoft for 25 years. Now brought my money, and we are working with young men and women to sell their skills back in the US and Australia. And we have a team in Uganda, headquartered in Uganda. We have Kenya and Ghana.
What's your business?
ICT.
ICT?
Yeah.
Oh, very good. Where do you work?
Right here in Kampala, but I was at Microsoft when we met.
Okay, thank you. Now, your name is Lumala?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, Ivan Lumala, yes.
Katoda yafuka na mwamere koyo. Lumala. Elinya tachari ogera ngafe abawadu. Okay.
Your Excellency, my name is Ndaula Senoga, retired lieutenant. I went into investment and I sourced funds from Canada, where I lived for some time, and we invested in 2 ventures. One, a hotel, and 2, fruit juice. You talked about Tonto. We were the very first to preserve Tonto in Uganda, those juices.
Okay.
Through pasteurization and packaging.
Okay.
And now you'll find those products in the marketplaces in America, Canada, and Mexico.
The Tonto?
Yes, sir.
Very good, very good.
Yes, sir. And it is very popular there.
Very good.
Your Excellency, my name is called Newton Kamsede. I'm a son to Mzee Poko Francis Kamsede in Kasese.
Okay.
I am carrying a document from Turkey. It is for Mr. Orhan Karadogan.
Turkey?
Turkey. He sent it on my email. It is a $30 million US project called MIA project.
What are you investing in?
He had told you about MIA project in
what?
He told you about this project last year and he said it was good for Uganda.
What are you processing?
It is a technological solution called Mobile Equipment Identity Register.
Oh, mobile phones?
Yes.
Oh, okay, thank you.
I can give it to Honorable Minister Evelyn for further study.
Thank you.
His Excellency, my name is Mustafa Alawi from Burhani Engineering. We are manufacturer of LPG cylinder, pioneer in Uganda.
What are you investing in?
LPG cylinder.
In what?
LPG cylinder.
What's that?
Cylinders manufacturing.
Oh, cylinders?
Yes, sir.
LPG
LPG cylinder,
okay,
Namanwe.
thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, Your Excellency. My name is Esther Semakula. I'm here on a representative capacity. I represent an investor in the UK who is one of the investors that you started with. He was the former chairman of the Commonwealth Business Council. You yourself interested him in investing in Uganda. But Your Excellency, when you spoke of land in Namamvi, I thought that it's important for the investors to inform you that there is a lot of chaos when it comes to allocation and withdrawal of land in Namamve. This particular investor is facing that problem right now, where we have people in Namamve who have personalized their offices and have taken over the functions of bodies in the body, and when they do that, they withdraw the land without following procedures. I believe, Your Excellency...
I would like you come, I want to get that information. You come and talk to one of my people. Come talk to Irene. Njagala kwate oba oli ababimba kwate mu. Okay, finally.
Finally, good afternoon, Your Excellency. My name is Enid Edroma. I'm with MTN Uganda.
Edith who?
Enid Edroma.
Edroma?
Yes, sir.
You are a daughter of Edroma?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What are you doing?
I'm with MTN. We've been in this country from 1998.
Oh, okay,
25 years now.
Thank you so much.
Right.
So, now, that is another source of money. You can actually partner with this FDI. Because you people, you shouldn't fear partnering. Because, for instance, them, they have money. You may have land. You have raw materials, you have market here, and they have money and some technology. So you should look at that. I want the people, somebody wants to say something?
Yes, sir. Yeah, my name is Alan Ananura Kabananuche. I'm representing the Uganda Startup Association. Africa accounts for only 0.02% of the global startup funding. This is an excess of over $3 trillion. My humble request to you is that you look at startups and the immense capability we have to turn this country around.
You are linked with which group?
We are part of the Startup Association of Uganda.
Your group is based where?
We are based here in Uganda, but we are a convener of all the innovators, specifically in technology, who are able to scale rapidly. Part of our work is even beyond borders, because things like Uber just cross borders like that, and technology can...
You have links with some groups outside?
Absolutely. Yeah, so it would really pay us great dividends to harness this technology with us, with the innovators, with the technology innovators, to turn this country around rapidly.
But these may not be innovators.
Yes.
They may be imitators.
Well, the factor is 10 times better. When we are looking at innovation, is how are we improving what is already there 10 times better?
What they are making may not be new in the world, but it is new here.
Yes.
So how do you link up with them?
Yes, and we are here.
Okay, can you give your contact? Because this man says, ono musajja agamba nti alina akolera abantu bamusiga nsimbi abali ebweru balina ssente ezifa otulo tezirina kyezikola eri emirimu tegiriyo kubanga bo bakutadda kati banoonya aweetaaga ssente the startup capital. Oyo musajja nawali awo. What's your contact?
Well, I'm part of the Startup Association of
You
Uganda.
tell them your phone. Na muandike enamba y'omusajja ono.
Yes.
Bagambe enamba your phone on. Muandike enamba y'omusajja oyo.
Yes, the number is 0773.
Genda mpola.
0773 91 76 58.
Jiddemu 0773
91 76 76.
Musanvu mukaaga.
Yes, sebo.
Tano.
58. Yes.
58.
Yes, sir.
Kati ezo sente gyeziri. Bali eyo balina sente tezirina kyezikola emirimu giri eno gibulwa sente kati ze mbakwataganyiza.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Your Excellency, my name is Jessica Kashumba. I am a processor. I deal in grain.
You process?
I process maize, I process beans, I process soya, and I do exports, Your Excellency. Your Excellency, allow me to first thank you for the effort of making us where we are today, especially women. Your Excellency, allow me to tell you our problems as processors. Your Excellency, we as Grain Council, we have a problem of our farmers.
Of?
Farmers, the post-harvesting problems. Post-harvesting problems with our farmers.
Okay.
We ask the government to sensitize our farmers, because I was doing it myself before COVID.
The food gets spoiled.
The food gets spoiled and they don't know, seriously, they don't know what to do. They need to be sensitized.
No, I will take it up.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency.
I will take it. Nabayigiriza okukuba emundu, netukuba UPC.
Yes.
Kati okubayigiriza okwanika emmere tekigenda kunema.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency.
Ekyo kyendekere nyingide mu lutalo.
Thank you. And Your Excellency, I am one of the Sudanese who are exporting in Sudan. And I happen to get the sovereign guarantee. I am one of the runway directors.
The what?
The runway petroleum. One time you invited us in State House, and I explained to you how we secured the sovereign guarantee, and it is in BOU. You promised that you are going to help us. Finally, we got the addendum, and Your Excellency, I kindly ask my prayer. I kindly ask
I have not to go to your point. The South Sudan is what?
We are taking their fuel. Runway Petroleum. The one of the three companies.
The maize?
No. It was petroleum. Fuel.
Now, let me do this, because we are now many. I've got another program. Now, Anite, you write those people and hear their points, all of them, because I'm about to conclude.
Your Excellency, can you...
No. Let me...
I beg.
I've got to do other things. You write all of them here, their points.
Okay, Mzee.
What are you saying, my young friend? Kale sigaza corona yo awo. Sente? Abatunje sovereign guarantee. Eyitu. Ramadan, come here. Have you talked to this one? You want anything? Or Wakajara? Okay. You hear the issue of this lady here. Kati ekisembayo omanyi ogwange gwakukwataganya kubanga ndaba ebyokukozesa biriwo naye temukwatagana. Waliwo enkola, there is a way which was invented by the Europeans. It is called stock market exchange. This is a tactic which was used by Europeans to build their countries. They have got a government center where somebody has got an idea, like the ideas you are giving here. I want to make medicine from mixing the seeds of avocado with this one. But I don't have money. I have the idea, I have the money, but I don't have money. Then you take the idea to the stock market. Stock means that utwala ekipapula, just a paper about an idea which can bring you money, which can bring us money. But you don't have money. So you go to the stock market and you say, you people, this popular, this paper is worth 1,000 shillings, each paper. So